here are your weaknesses. And Michael's like, oh yeah, you want to tell me my weaknesses? Like, it gets really personal. Not to mention Michael goes there with the crusty eyes. Yes. I really like it when our show would dare to kind of let comedy go for a second. Sometimes it was in those romantic moments. Sometimes it was emotional with all the stuff about sprinkles, all the stuff about your heart getting broken, Angela. Like, I liked it when the show didn't need to be funny or ring that funny bell every 3 seconds, which is kind of your traditional comedy. So I really appreciated this scene. I do too. And of course they found like the moments of comedy. And one of the lines that made me laugh was at the very end when, you know, Jim is going to go out there. Michael's like, okay, Skippy, give it your best shot. Go tell him. And Jim leaves. And then Michael turns to Cameron and says, this had better be terrible. Yeah, he's rooting for him to fail. And when Jim does just lay it out there, he's honest, he's going to shoot everyone straight, and right away it doesn't go well. Well, he comes off condescending. He's talking about, I'm going to talk to you all like adults because you're very smart. Yes, and then Oscar says, thank you, Jim, for thinking that we're smart people. And then Angela, sort of playing dumb, goes, but I do not understand. If we're such smart adults, then why don't we get raises? And Oscar's like, excellent question, genius. Also, by the way, if you go back and rewatch this, tell me if you think I sound Southern when I say, I do not understand, because it's all I could hear was my accent. But anyway, so the scene starts to really get out of hand, and it builds with this crescendo. You've got to hear it.
We work just as hard as the salespeople. You deserve raises.
Yes, they don't get them if we don't get them. My kid needs shoes. You want to tell him he doesn't get shoes?
Yeah. Our kid needs shoes, Jim.
What the hell? I mean, Michael got his wish. That went terribly. Terribly. Jim is going to need to rewind out of that. Do his best little rewind back into the conference room. And Pam's face where she's like, oh no, not rewind, guy. Not rewind, guy. I went to the script and that reaction was in the script. It literally says, Pam is embarrassed. Or Jim. Jenna, I don't know if you remember one time when I did a rewind bit, but it killed. Do you remember? Yes, I do. We co-presented at the 57th American Cinema Editors Awards, and Jenna and I announced the winner of the Best Edited 1-Hour Series for Commercial Television. I did my rewind bit. Jenna, come on. It was so good. It was so good. Want to hear it? First of all, we had great banter. I thought we were great co-presenters. I thought we should get asked to host a whole award show based on that one appearance. I really did. I was so pleased with us that I was like, I'm sorry. Give us a call, Emmys. We need to host the whole shebang. Or at least present one award. Yeah. Here's my editor's bit. Ready? Yeah. So we did this bit. Jenna, remember you set up. Yeah, I was like, we are very close with our editors. We're always walking by their edit bay, and here's what we hear. And then I jumped in and went, it's so good. And it got a big laugh. We crushed it. And you folks listening out there, guess who won the award we presented? It was none other than the editors for Friday Night Lights. So cool. So cool. And it was a show Jenna and I both loved. We were so excited to meet them. That was a really fun night. I found fancy photos of us. Oh, I found fancy photos of us from that night. And then also, Jenna, I meant to bring up your red carpet photos for the promotion. You were all about the over the shoulder. I was. You're like, tonight's the night. I am going to finally get the over the shoulder look. Wait, I have to show you. That's very funny. You know, we did from time to time, a red carpet would come up and we'd be like, listen, I'm going to nail this new situation. I don't know what it would be. We'd be like, I'm going to get the pout right tonight, or I'm going to nail an over the shoulder. I clearly decided to take on over the shoulder. The promotion was your night for it. I'll put it in stories, guys. I can't wait. Well, listen, in this whole scene, we did get a fan question from Heather B. in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, who noticed when Oscar tells the office that Jim is only giving raises to his friends and the people he sleeps with, Pam turns around in her chair and mouths something in Oscar's direction. It's at 13 minutes, 18 seconds. Jenna, what were you saying? Oh my God, I saw it. I'm saying Oscar, but they cut my audio. And I went to the script and it was not scripted. So clearly I improvised Oscar, and when they got in the editing room, they were like, we are not interested in this improvisation. We are cutting your audio, cutting you out. So anyway, after Jim rewinds back into the conference room, they still have to make this decision. Michael suggests maybe they do a merit-based raise, and this is going to lead them to putting the Boston baked beans on the photos of the employees. But first, we're going to hear from the largest talking head in office history. 6 people. It's at 14 minutes, 45 seconds. There is sort of a pyramid shape of office coworkers. Creed at the top. In the back row, Meredith, Kevin, and Angela. In the front row, Dwight and Oscar. And they are not happy. Meredith says, I am so pissed at this company. Yeah. And then Dwight goes, and Jim. And Meredith said, who says that? And Dwight says, I think it was Creed. Creed's like, yep, Creed hadn't spoken. What's happening, Creed? I loved the big group talking head. I thought it was really fun. I did too. It was fun to shoot as well because we each had a line and it was sort of like rapid fire and it was just a ton of fun. Well, listen, Dwight is going to sneak into the conference room and he's going to discover all these little beans on everybody's face and he's going to blow their cover. I did a deep dive on Boston baked beans because why not? As you do. Here's what I'm going to let you know. Were they invented in the 14th century by... Well, first of all, I have to say, as I researched them, they sound delicious. I've never really been drawn to the Boston baked bean because the name baked bean, it doesn't like make me want to eat it as a candy. So, I mean, wait, they're candy? They're candy. See, right? Oh my God, I thought they were putting actual beans. No, Boston baked beans are a sugar-coated peanut candy. Oh, yes. Okay. The name Boston baked bean is a generic name used throughout the whole candy industry to mean sugar-coated peanut. But the Ferrara Pan Candy Company developed their line of the Boston baked beans in the early 1930s. Those are the ones in the red box that you see all the time. Right, right. They're made in this process called cold panned candy process. And the pans kind of like move in a circle or something, almost like a record. And you throw the peanuts in, and then like the sugar kind of coats them slowly until you get them the right size. I don't know. They sound really good. Do you need some Boston baked beans, lady? Do I need to drop some off? Maybe I do. Why did I only get a plant? Why didn't I also get Boston baked beans and a donut? I don't know. I did find out a few fun facts about the Ferrara company that makes Boston baked beans that I thought was kind of cool because they make a bunch of different candies. Mm-hmm. They make 800,000 sweet tart rolls every day. It's the size of 2,700 football fields a day. Wow. They run out of Chicago. They also make Nerds. Oh, the candy Nerds? Yeah. And they make 135,000 pounds of Nerds every day. Whoa. They also make Trolley Sour Bright Worms. Don't know what that is. They're like, sour worms. Okay. They make 127 pounds every minute. Wow. And they are the largest producer of candy canes, and most jelly beans that are consumed in the United States are made by this company. They're very busy. And now they are a licensed Girl Scout cookie baker. What Girl Scout cookie do they make? They make them all. They can bake them all. They're one of the licensed bakers. Oh. They have a person, Natalie Hagstrom, who is the general manager of cookies. That is her title, general manager of cookies. I kind of want that job. I want that on a business card. Me too, right? Yeah. So that's everything I learned in my deep dive about the Boston baked bean. You never know, lady, what you're gonna find. You never know. You never know. I try to bring a lot of special facts to the podcast to make your dinner party conversations delightful, a little more interesting. That's right. Maybe so. Dwight is going to lead everyone into the conference room to show them the beans on the photos. One of my favorite lines that he says with such seriousness is, they determine our worth by putting beans upon our faces. I know. And then Kevin cannot stop saying, what does a bean mean? What does a bean mean? Oscar's like, will someone tell Kevin what a bean means? They are not happy with how they're shaking out with the beans on the faces. So after this experience in the conference room, they're back in the bullpen, and Dwight is going to give a rousing speech. I mean, he is trying to form basically a mutiny against Jim in particular. Oh, yeah. It's at 18 minutes, 18 seconds. He starts off with, are we idiots? What right does Jim have to claim authority? Is he as good a salesman as I? Is he as matronly as Phyllis? There are moments where we can affect change. For a few seconds, every decade, we exist. And these are those seconds. Let us storm his castle. Come on, tick. Let's get him. Tuck. Let's get Jim. Tick. And drag him out of his office. Tuck. Take his keys away from him. Tick. That's a clock. The time is getting very close. It's now or never. What say you? Does Dwight think he's in a Shakespearean play? I don't know. Of course, this speech made me think of those famous battle cry speeches, Jenna. You know I love them. We know you love them, lady. So I just had to rewatch a whole bunch last night. I did. Rewatching battle cry. I did. I rewatched the St. Christmas Day speech from Henry V. I rewatched the speech in Gladiator. Oh my God, so good. And then I forgot about the speech Kate Blanchett gives as Elizabeth I. Amazing. At the Battle of Tilbury. I mean, come on, Bill Paxton and Penn State. I had to watch a whole bunch of them. I love them. This brought me to this conclusion. I would like to do a podcast about battle speeches. That's just one episode.
We're live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, the idyllic dulcet tones of my voice. We're going to go away now. We're going to go to my plumber, KFI.
Dulcet tones of the gentle tones of the dulcimer. The gentle tones of the dulcimer. Type that in. Gentle tones of the dulcimer. What is a dulcimer? Some Amish shit.
Overdraft fees, just $3, saying the fees pose an unnecessary burden on American consumers, particularly those living paycheck to paycheck. And Steely Dan, R.E.M., and Timbaland are among the artists being inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame June 13th in New York.
Dulcimer.
Really got to do with SoCal weather. This report, let's get to the weather. Weather is cloudy tonight with lows in the lower 50s, mid-40s.
It's gentle tones of the dulcimer.
This report brought to you by Stand Up to Cancer and from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Travis Center. Let's go places.
Amish Acres. That's what it was, wasn't it? Some shit like that. The gentle sound of the dulcimer. How about Amish Acres? Barnes and Napanee. Amish Acres Restaurant. Amish Inn, Barnes and Napanee. Oh, it's now called the Barnes and Napanee. Brown Barn Theater. Oh, it's no longer called the Amish Acres. The Barnes and Napanee. What a fucking old order Amish. Amish. Barnes.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or few notifications, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. You have termites?
Wasn't it called like Amish Acres on the Road? Yeah, that's what it was called. Some shit like that.
They treat your home and kill those little buggers without tenting. That is important. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Call 800 Pacific. Pacific Coast Termites. Kill termites. The clean, friendly way.
Hey there, savvy marketers. Feeling lost in the marketing jungle? Well, fret not. Braze is your trusted compass in the world of customer engagement. Imagine a tool so smart it makes marketing a breeze. Braze will help you personalize every step of the customer journey with dynamic user segmentation, cross-channel orchestration, and storing results. Whether you're a small, mid, or enterprise-sized business, Braze is the right fit for you. Visit Braze.com. That's BRAZE.com.
City of Los Angeles landlords that own rent-controlled properties. Starting February 1st, you'll be able to increase rents by 4% for your rent-controlled properties. An extra 1% for utility, up to 6%, can be added only if you pay the entire
Holland, Michigan would be big. Good? Oh, for sure, dog. Why not? Have you ever been there? No. Who went there, though? Mr. Josh, you went there. Remember that? Get a mug from Holland, Michigan, you know? For Riz? Yeah, I had tulips on it. Try. What's the cheapest kind of flower? One of them is, what did they say? Chrysanthemum or some shit? No, something else. Start with a C? Who knows? No one cares?
Learn how to protect your business from the next outage and all the ones after that at DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com.
Lately, our homes have experienced more of us. More dishes,
Yo, dog.
more flushes, and more shower time concerts.
What is it? Chrysanthemum? No. It's something like that, though. Or daisies or something and something. Alright, well. Oh, that's what they're selling in the office.
A neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
The music you listen to all year long.
The anthems that were our soundtrack for
What are you thinking about this? Dude, you got someone. It took a month, but somebody from Japan saw you on Twitter. You guys should be like, you did it. Champion. But no.
tomorrow at 6 a.m.
What?
One episode, please. We have to. I would love it. Lady, I just love this. It's so funny because I feel like this touches in you the thing that watching like The Revenant or The Edge touches in me. I mean, it's very similar.
Okay.
It's just like people overcoming tough odds. I know everything is stacked against them, but they go anyway. Let's do it. I know. Well, I want to point out that at 18 minutes 40 seconds, as Dwight is giving this speech, Meredith in the background, who is very mad that she's not getting a raise, has free cell on her computer screen. I just have to say, Meredith, you're not making a great case for yourself. Kate Flannery, turn your screen off. During all of this rally cry, Michael sneaks into Jim's office. He brings 2 World's Best Boss mugs, and guess what's inside them? Gin. Gin! Does this mean Michael has been drinking gin out of his World's Best Boss mug more often than we know? Maybe so. But this made me think of Paul Feig. Our lovely Paul Feig has his own gin. Me too! He has 2 babies, as he calls them. He has Ardingstall gin, and he has a pre-mixed Negroni #1 cocktail. It's amazing. The bottles are beautiful. That's what I wrote. I wrote, not only are the bottles beautiful, but it's really good gin. Will we'll take a picture of ours and we'll put them in stories. Yes, and we'll put a swipe up so you can find Paul Feig's gin because it's delicious and we love Paul. He's been working on that for a long time, and you know that man loves a cocktail. He likes a fancy cocktail. He's a mixologist. Yeah, so you know it's going to be good. Jim and Michael cheers their gin. There's a knock on the door. Then there's a pounding on the door. They look at each other, and Michael says, just pretend we're not here.
Yo,
We have a fan question about that. It's from Rachel D. in Pennsylvania. She said, when Michael and Jim are hiding in Jim's office, someone is knocking at the door. Who knocked? Was it a cast member or a crew member? Well, I'll tell you. It was a crew member because the cast was not there. If you notice, all the blinds are shut, on purpose, but we did not have to be in the background of that scene. We did not have to be out there. So maybe we were getting a snack. Who knows? Maybe we were done for the day. I just know that we were not on the schedule for that one. And so it was just those two guys, and they had a crew member do the knocking. Well, Jen Salata shared with us that this was one of her favorite scenes. It's when Michael smiles at the end in Jim's office, and Jim is struggling, and Michael finally has someone who has to go through the tough parts of being a boss with him. And Jen said that she just loved that they could hide in the boss's office together at the end of the episode. Yeah, I liked that moment too. I did too. Well, now we're going to have this final tag at the end. Ryan's going to come into the break room where Pam is dipping her pretzels in something. What am I dipping them in? I don't remember. I don't know why I made this choice. Do you think it was some actory method choice? Like, oh, I'm pregnant. I'm probably having odd cravings. I'll take pretzels and dip it in something weird. Yes, I think you're right. That sounds like me. It does. Because in real life, I don't dip my pretzels in anything. So I don't know what this was. I cannot believe that Pam falls for this Ryan crapola. I cannot believe she falls for it. He's like, would you rather have $100 today or $5,000 a year from now? Well, at first she says $100 today. No, I know her first instincts are so right, but Ryan is such a con man and he wears her down. Well, listen, he has a guy that has an algorithm that can determine the winner of any given college basketball game. Why is Ryan still working as a temp then? So I did the math. Pam writes Ryan a check for $50. Kevin gave her $40 earlier. She has lost $10 today. Yep, it's not going great. Why can't Crate and Barrel just make a toaster full of cash? I don't know. We'd all register for that. We sure would. All right, that is the promotion. We hope you go out today and have a fantastic day full of love's eternal glory. We're sending you big hugs. Yeah, maybe get yourself a plant. I recommend it. Maybe you need to go watch a Battle Prize speech. Get you going for the whole week. Make a pros cons list and see how you feel in 3 days. Then decide. Have a great week, you guys. Bye. Bye. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office ladies. Oh, boy. It's a big one today. That's what she said. I mean, I didn't even say hello. Hello! Say hello first. I mean, I'm just thinking about everything we have to
let's
share
just think about it.
Niagara, the wedding episode,
The baby.
the
About
enormous
Lucky.
two-parter.
Are you thinking about?
We're doing it in two parts.
Are you
This is
thinking
so
about
cool.
Lucky?
Oh,
Yeah, because he's a baby, and he used to go.
One.
He goes, she's
This
in.
episode
He's
4.
crazy.
It was written by Greg Daniels and Mindy Kaling and directed by Paul Feig. I mean, we brought out the heavy hitters for this one. We sure did. We have a heavy hitter today on Office Ladies. We sure do, guys. Co-writer of this episode and showrunner of The Office, Greg Daniels, has come on Office Ladies to discuss this epic milestone episode. We could not be more excited. We are so thrilled. Let's talk to Greg.
Look at my hand.
Greg Daniels, hello!
Hey!
Welcome! This is a huge treat. We are so excited to have you on Office Ladies.
Oh, yeah, for me too. It's so nice to see you guys.
And this is a milestone episode.
Big one. Very big one.
Jen and I were saying, just prepping our document for this week's record, we felt like we were building like a small airplane because there was like so many different stories and articles and DVD commentaries, and we're just so glad you're here and we get to break it down with you.
I went back into the archives, and looked at some of our notes from the writer's room, and I realized that we
That's
had
huge.
gamed this one so thoroughly from the beginning. This was like my special point of the season. I would say this was like the biggest moment that we had. So we really put a lot of effort and thought into it.
Randy Cordray told us that before season 6 even started, you told him Pam and Jim are going to get married on the Maid of the Mist. Figure that out.
Yeah. So this was a crazy year for me personally because this was the first year that I had an official co-showrunner with Paul Lieberstein, and I was also running season 2 of Parks and Rec at the same time as season 6 of The Office with Mike Schur, and we had like the biggest, juiciest writing staff possible. Like this was one of our classic years writing staff. Everybody was great. So there was a lot of help, but I think I did 50 episodes this year.
Oh my gosh.
Between the two shows, which was like 50 table readings, 50 script blocks, 50 correction meetings, 50 cuts having to be locked. So I was like super crazed for this year, and the things that I really wanted to concentrate on for The Office was Jim and Pam's wedding, because I felt like this was the culmination of a 6-year story that was so important to the show, and so we put a lot of brain work into it. And with the Niagara part, that was like what I had sort of figured out for the wedding, because the wedding had to be filled with comedy for all of the side characters, but it also had to be very romantic for Jim and Pam. And the show always had this slight anomaly that was Jim and Pam, because it was so fairy tale inside their relationship, and then everything else in the show was up for grabs for jokes and was very realistic. And Niagara Falls is within a drive, like a conceivable 4.5-hour drive of Scranton, so it made sense that you could invite people from work and they would drive up, and it was a doable thing. And so I did a lot of research on Niagara Falls way early, and what's amazing about Niagara Falls, it's like the most classic wedding location for people, in the Northeast. that way since the 1800s or whenever it was discovered, and it's incredibly naturally beautiful and like take your breath away, majestic. But because everybody used it as their wedding thing, there was this really kind of commercialized, like kitschy industry that had developed around it. So it was like a great location because you could have, for the one sort of thing we had going into it was this idea that, and I don't know if you were ever told this on your guys' weddings, but they always say like the wedding is for your family and the marriage is what you get. And there's this sense of like the wedding's this public event and you have to invite your family and all these different people, and it's not always exactly what you wanted, but at least you get the marriage, right? So I think there was this, going into the episode, there was going to be this sort of two things happening where Pam and Jim wanted to have something that was beautiful and romantic for the two of them, but they also had to, they had all these obligations with their family and people from work, and that was going to have all these people there. So there was this contrast between like the comedy of having all their relatives and, Pam's mother was upset, and her parents got divorced, and, the fact that Pam was pregnant and kind of hiding it. Like there were all these different storylines happening for comedy.
And Greg, I loved that it was the destination wedding because on the commentary you were saying a lot of different elements of this episode were based on real life things in the writer's room, like the destination wedding that you think no one will come to, but then a lot of people show up.
Yeah, and then there was a moment that I heard a friend of mine's wedding story where I guess his sister by mistake wrote one of the wedding gifts, which was like a set of plates or something like that they had registered for, and she was super upset about it. And my friend couldn't really calm her down until he took one of the other plates and smashed it in front of her and said, "Look, this is not about the plates. This is, I want you to, enjoy my wedding." And so that kind of translated into Jim cutting his tie to make Pam feel better.
That is such a cool moment.
Yeah, I love that moment. Yeah.
I teared up. There were so many wonderful moments that I had just forgotten about this episode. I think when I think of this episode too, I always think about the big wedding moment. I completely forgot about the cold open. Oh yeah, like the cold open. I was like, what is happening? It's a dozen people puking to open up the romantic wedding episode.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was the thing, right? It's like we had so many cards on the board for ideas, for the season and for this important, episode. And this was also a two-part episode, which meant that there had to be like 6 acts of story, right? So, and a lot of different people didn't have their own subplot. It wasn't like, oh, well, don't worry, Andy and Michael are having a subplot where they're selling to some, they're there at the wedding, so they all have to have their own comedy stories. So we generated in the writer's room, just hundreds of cards of funny things that could happen, and then we had to kind of jam them all, into the overall feeling of a destination wedding in Niagara. That was the whole thing about the episode, was balancing how much comedy to put in and how much romance and good feeling to put in.
Well, one of my favorite things is this agreement that everyone's going to keep Pam's pregnancy a secret from Mima. We're not going to tell Mima. Like, what a disaster already, right? That Michael's not going to be able to keep the secret. We all think Michael's going to spill the beans. Well, first of all, I have a question about the name Mima. Was that based on someone's real life? I had never heard that. I've heard like Grammy, Gigi as names for grandmas, but Mima was new to me. Is that an East Coast thing?
I don't think so. I think that's like a pioneer thing, personally. I kind of feel like that's
I heard of Mima. Is it Southern? I think it might be Southern, or I think like what Greg's saying, kind of like ye olde pioneer days, but my dad was called Papa. So I heard.
We might have gotten it from you. Did you?
Oh, I don't think
I didn't have a Meemaw, but it's certainly like when I read it, I was like, sure, you're Meemaw.
Yeah.
Like it's in my brain somewhere.
Well, I mean, the idea was that she was a pretty old-fashioned person who was going to be, pretty judgmental. And the actress was kind of amazing. Like, she started in westerns in the 1930s. That actress, Peggy Stewart, and so she I think was a Meemaw.
Well, it ends up being Jim in just a brilliant piece of writing and performance then by John Krasinski, who ends up spilling the beans. I loved it.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that was great. I don't think we started with that. I feel like we got to that eventually, that it was going to be Jim that blew it. I can't remember exactly how that started, but yeah, no, it was great because you were expecting Michael to do it the whole time.
Yeah.
And I just rewatched it this morning, and God, John was so funny, blowing it in his toes.
So good.
He was doing so well up to there too. He was really killing it.
Well, and then they have that great exchange where Michael says, "This really takes the pressure off of me." Yeah. Like, this is great. Jim's like, "I can't believe it was me," and Michael's like, "I can't believe it either."
Yeah, that was great. I mean, there was some great act breaks, right? So we needed to have like six act breaks or something. And another huge thing was the act break of Jim and Pam running away, because that was pretty big too.
That felt like a romantic comedy to me. That moment, it really did. It was so, just everything, the lighting, and they ran away, and then I love that you didn't see Meredith smoking the cigar. It's this like beautiful moment, and then there's Meredith. Well, speaking of romantic comedy, you wrote this episode with Mindy Kaling.
Yeah.
You guys were nominated for an Emmy for this episode. How did it come about that you guys wrote this together?
Well, it's interesting. Mindy is such a lover of romantic comedy, and I'm not 100% sure. I kind of feel like I had identified that she ought to write it, and then I was giving so many specific suggestions that there was this feeling of, well, you got a really strong feeling of how you want it to go. Maybe you should co-write it. So I feel like I came into it that way. And of course, so many of the beats were coming from these cards that we had generated as a team. I mean, in reading the table draft, I was loving the first half so much. I feel like that must have probably been her stuff. Because I have to take responsibility for Roy and the horse.
Okay. Please, how do we even set it up? Roy and the horse and the falls. Greg, you have to tell the whole story.
Right. Well, like I said, so much of it was balancing how much comedy to put in and how much joy to put in. And definitely I wanted to have that theme of there's all these things going wrong in the wedding, but Pam and Jim managed to carve out this beautiful private moment anyway, right?
Right.
So the table draft had an act break where, to top off all of these things that had been going wrong, like finding out about the pregnancy and
Andy's scrotum, Michael and Pam's mom.
yeah, so that was positive. To top it all off, like Roy shows up on a horse to try and make a grand gesture of take me back, and it just goes terribly. And this was a card that we had on the board, early on about, like those things, when those things happen in romantic comedy movies, they usually work. And how awkward is it when it doesn't work and nobody wanted it and nobody was rooting for it? And you have to just ride your horse away.
And in the table draft, Greg, Roy writes in the church. Jim is saying to have and to hold in sickness and in health, and there's like an audible like, and there's Roy on a horse.
Yeah. So,
and Pam really is like, I don't want this.
No, she has no interest.
I'm picking the man I love, and I guess thank you, but can you turn your horse around?
Yeah. So, but I think what it was in that script was, it was ordered differently. It was like everything goes wrong at the wedding, and then and Michael's having the worst day, And then Jim gets the idea, I'm going to take Pam away and do it right. And he leaves Michael in charge. And then there was, in the script, there were like sort of two montages. There was the montage of Jim and Pam getting married on the Maid of the Mist, and then there was the montage of Michael kind of killing it as being put in charge of the party. And
Oh, right, because they got married in the church first in the table draft, and then they have a second wedding while everybody else is at the reception.
yeah,
Yeah.
I have to mention the other part about the horse, which was there was a runner in that version where Dwight was fascinated being at Niagara Falls about the 1800s and the history of people going over the falls in a barrel and animals surviving going over the falls
Yes.
in a way that people couldn't. And so after Roy does this whole thing, Dwight sees a free horse and decides he's going to test this out, and he takes the horse into the river. And then he starts getting swept towards the falls, and he panics, and he has to be rescued. But the horse goes over the falls, and then at the end, the horse is okay, swimming away from the falls because he survived, like some animals do.
But you would have seen him as Jim and Pam are doing their second romantic wedding on Maid of the Mist. You were supposed to see it like a tiny horse, going over the falls behind them.
Yeah, that was the concept. So anyway, so we read it at the table. There was an awful lot of comedy in the script, and I think we had just sort of overstacked the comedy and understacked the joy and because there was just too much bad things happening before Pam and Jim. And they had their great moment on the Maid of the Mist still, but everything that was public was kind of a disaster. And I think there was this very smart feeling from, everybody, especially Cass, that was not cool. Like, you got to give them more joy. The amount of the emotional balance in the episode was off. And also, I think the cast was all, they were all friends. And we have done so many episodes of them sort of turning into a family that you just didn't want to be that negative and play them all as problems for Pam and Jim, right? So that was sort of the message after the table read. But I was still producing, and I remember going to scout the tank at Universal where the horse was going to be filmed in the water, because that was like a big deal. And I knew that we had to fix this, but I was still having to produce, the version until it got changed. And I came back from that, and Paul luckily had pulled this other card that we had about the YouTube sensation Forever Song, and figured out a way to put that in at the end. And the key of it was sort of intercutting, so that they went and got married before the church scene, right? So I found our beat sheet, our new beat sheet after the table for how to reorder the end, and it did have that intercutting thing, and that was the key to getting rid of the horse, so I could finally release the horse. We had an ending.
Well, I just wept when I watched that dance scene down the aisle.
Yeah, I was so
In my rewatch, it was emotional, and I think, Greg, it's because of what you said, which is that we were friends in real life, and we had all grown to love this fictional romance, and we wanted to celebrate this milestone together as a group. And so I saw this mixture of, it's like I saw Dwight dancing down the aisle, but I also saw Rain dancing down the aisle. And so for me, it was even more impactful and emotional. It was so joyous. I mean, it really was. Shooting it was joyous. Watching it
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how the show was made, right? I mean, it wasn't like we went into it with one version of what it was supposed to be. Like, the show really changed so much from everybody's creative input, from whatever happened on set and then in the editing room. And, like, it wasn't completely unusual for the table draft to not resemble the final cut very much. I mean, that was part of the process.
It's true. It is, something we say a lot here is that it all started with you, Greg. Truly, like, you just opened up this creative community on our show, and you always cared about what people thought and listened to us, but everybody. It didn't matter who it was. You were there in the moment with them, hearing them, and I just feel like our show always was better for it because you made us feel welcome to be part of the process.
I feel like by that time, by season 6, we all knew what the show was. Do you know what I mean? So everybody was participating and getting great things. So by the end of that episode, I just think about, like, so many different creations. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Short girl's kid.
Thanks.
I saw Chad.
Dancing was awesome, and that was that one was edited.
Just hanging in this piss
Romantic comedy director. The choice of the ending image,
flowing the urine from my bladder to filter my urethra off the glands of my penis.
Even that talking head from Jim about he was going to ask
Me,
for,
this
like,
is my
a
penis.
thing, like, I remember, that was Danny Chapman who wrote
Me, this
that,
is my
And there's, like, different pieces came in from so many different people. It's fun to see everybody's contributions.
It was. I laughed and then also cried, and I watched it with Isabel. She loved it so much. And
Speaking of that, I don't know if you remember this, but my daughter was the flower girl.
yes,
So that was super fun, and I have a whole movie somewhere because I brought my my camcorder to tape stuff, and I don't know if you remember this moment, but I have it on a home movie somewhere where Ed took out his banjo and Creed was playing the guitar, and everybody was sitting around waiting for it to be relit, and everybody was just sort of it was the best vibe
it was
during the
so
shooting.
great. We were all on the church had this sort of side outdoor patio, if you will, and we had chairs out there, and there was a little field, like a courtyard, and your daughter was running around, Charlotte, and Isabel had come, and she was on my shoulders, and we were playing, and Ed was singing, and Creed, and it was just so great. I took a beautiful picture of Jenna that day, too. She looked over her shoulder at me in her pregnant wedding dress, and I was like, I have to capture this.
Yeah.
All right, so Greg, at the end of this very romantic episode, it becomes very clear that Michael is going to hook up with Pam's mom. And we know where that's going to go. It's going to go toward the slap heard around the world. But, I mean, tell us about how you guys conceived of this story.
The way things worked, right, is every season would begin with a vague idea of big milestones. Like, we would know Pam and Jim ought to get married this season because they're at that stage, and all these different things where you have a vague idea of where you're going, and then there is this enormous amount of generating, and then you have all these funny things on the cards, and you could see them and you'd be like, yeah, well, Michael dating Pam's mom has potential for, like, a lot of weird conflict and funny awkwardness and everything. And so that was a card. It just felt like a good throw forward at the end of this big episode that we knew a lot of people would be watching, and it gave Michael a little bit of success at the end of the episode in a funny way because he had struck out so much during the episode.
I thought it was so perfect because at every wedding you've ever been to, there's that rando hookup that you hear about after the fact.
Yeah.
some hookups make sense, but then there's that random one, and I was like, oh my God, Michael and Pam's mom. But also Pam's friend and Dwight. What has happened to Pam on her wedding day? Why are all of her friends and family hooking up with her coworkers?
Yeah, well, that was the whole like Dwight Michael story. That became the whole Dwight Michael story, was the idea that they, Michael especially is somebody who really thinks Pam is a special person. So for him to get to go to her wedding, like there must be all these special people there. Like I had a Seinfeld episode once that never got produced, but I was hired to write it. The episode was George startles a very beautiful woman who's making a phone call at a public payphone, and she runs off. He's wearing a ski mask because it's freezing, and he freaks her out, and she runs off, and she leaves behind her Filofax. And he has this idea that he's going to call everybody in the Filofax and try and find out who this woman is so he can get her Filofax back. But all of her friends are very beautiful too, and he starts to say, this is like the Holy Grail. I have the Filofax, the black book of a beautiful woman. They're all beautiful in here. I got to use it to try and set up dates with everybody. But so I think that was Michael's idea, was like, oh, at Pam's wedding, they're all going to be great. They're all going to be Pam's, various versions of Pam. So this is where we're going to really score for the whole year. And,
yeah, jackpot.
Yeah, and so then he ends up with Pam's mom. So.
And I know it's like, I mean, when you say Michael's going to date Pam's mom, you're like, oh my God. But then their scenes together, the two of them and the writing and the performance, like I was like, oh, they're kind of sweet. Like I had the moment where I was rooting for them.
I couldn't believe the thing with the apricot fruit leather. That was hilarious.
Yes.
Like I had forgotten that.
Oh, Greg, this has been so fun. Is there anything we missed? Anything else you want to tell us about this episode?
Gosh, I don't know. I was just enjoying some of the moments, the comedy moments, like Kevin's hair. And just when he comes in with his toupee on, I was just like, oh God, it's like Oliver Hardy. And he just comes in and sits down, and that whole subplot with Oscar. I don't know, there were so many fun things in that episode.
Yes, with Oscar so horrified that Pam's sister thinks that they're a couple. Oh, yeah, he wants an apology. He's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that was great. I love the guy. I forgot about the guy. Do you remember the guy who plays the hotel manager, who's sort of like a human version of Droopy Dog?
Yes.
I forgot about him. He's terrific. But there were so many good memories of that shoot. I don't know. That was like, I feel like we were really in our prime as a show, and it was just so fun, and it was so romantic. And I didn't get to go to Niagara. That sounded like a great shoot. I loved seeing all the footage from that. But that must have been fun, Jenna.
That was the first time and only time that I left Los Angeles to shoot The Office. And it was really fun. It was just like, it was such a small group of us, and it was really cool to be out in the world, because we always filmed in such a bubble, and the town was so excited we were there. And people would just follow us. They would wait outside the hotel, and they would, like, in a group, follow us to all the different places we were shooting. Completely respectful, but it was a spectacle that we were there, and it was just such a trip to feel that, because you really, especially our show, but any show, you really make it in a bubble. You don't get that kind of immediate audience response. And people were just so excited. John and I remember we waved at people on our way getting into a car to go to a location, and then that picture ended up on the front page of their local newspaper the next day. It was so crazy. I got it delivered to my hotel room, and I was like, oh my gosh, that happened yesterday. I remember that.
Yeah, that's cool.
What's wild to me is that Jenna said when they were on the boat, she was telling me that they had to make an announcement. Jenna and John, they were like, hey, you guys, please don't share any of this. Because she was in a wedding dress, and can we just all collectively, because you were on the boat with other people.
Right, there wasn't all extras, right? Or were they?
No, allowed to rent out the front of the boat, and the rest of the boat was filled with
The west
paying
side.
customers. And so every trip that we took, we would make an announcement and pose for a photo, but ask people to please keep it private until the episode aired and keep our collective secret. And they did. It did not get out. Even the newspaper printed that we were there, but didn't say why. They didn't say we were shooting a wedding episode. They just said the office is in town to shoot something for an upcoming episode.
We could not have done this in the world of Instagram. Like
No,
this.
no.
I mean,
No, we
That's
would have been
amazing.
TikToked like crazy. It was really cool. I mean, it felt special. It was really cool.
I was so jealous when you guys came back and heard all the stories, but with the 50 episodes, I was like, there's no way I can
Well,
do
we
that
were
part.
only there for like 36 hours. I mean, it was like we landed, we fell asleep, we shot for a day, we fell asleep, we got up and got on a plane.
Yeah, I like the footage of the various kitschy things in Niagara Falls. That was also there. That was cool.
oh yeah, I really liked that because I've never been, and I, Jim has that talking head about Niagara Falls, and I was so glad that was in there because I didn't have a point of reference.
Yeah, well, that was the root of all the research that I had been doing about Niagara Falls. After, I finally got to see it like a couple of years later, but it was after the episode. I'd never been before.
For me, it was breathtakingly beautiful to see the falls. And I was like, oh, wait, I have to say lines. Wait, what are my lines?
Yeah, I think it's funny that you're mentioning lines because I don't feel like we ended up using any lines. It was all sort of B-roll in the way it got cut together, right?
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. But we did have vows that we were saying,
Yeah,
but you don't end up hearing them.
that's all under the sun. Yeah.
It was probably a good choice because the falls are very, very loud.
Yeah.
So I imagine that my microphone was like,
Well, also, like you got wet each time, right? Each take you had to.
We had to dry off
redo
in
your hair and
between.
stuff. Yeah.
oh my God. It
I
was
so
like,
want to go. Like I really want to go.
I'll go with you.
Will you really?
Of course. It was so cool. I'll go
Greg,
and
do
then
you
I
want
can
to go to
ride
the
the falls.
falls, Greg?
I can concentrate. Greg, come with
Let's
us.
go to the falls.
Yeah. I went actually. I was shooting something in Toronto and I took a trip. Like if you're in Toronto, it's super easy to get there.
Oh, from the Canadian side?
Yeah. Well, you guys should. A special office lady.
Office
Road
Ladies
trip.
road trip. We have so many places
I'm in.
we want to go. All right, Greg. Greg's in. Writing them down. Greg, this was so wonderful. Thank you
Yeah,
so
thanks for
much.
inviting me. It was so fun to get a chance to watch it all again and remember it again with you guys.
Well, please come on anytime. We would love to have you.
It's my pleasure.
Do you have anything that is coming out or anything you want to give a plug to?
Well, actually, this is a big couple of months for me. I have a reality show that I did with my daughter Haley that's coming out on HBO Max called My Mom or Your Dad. You guys should check that out. It's a reality show.
I saw a clip of it, and tell us a little bit about it because it looks really, really cool.
Okay, yeah. So the idea is that people in their 50s who are single parents are nominated by their kids who are in their 20s to all go and live in a house together, like
Oh my
8 or 10 of them, so that they can have a second chance at finding love. And then the kids, what they don't know is that the kids are living in a house down the street and watching everything, all the feed on like a bunch of TVs. And the kids are competing for the ability to influence what's happening in the parents' house. So they can like match people up and make the dates go better if they sacrifice things, or they can screw up dates if they don't like who the parent is dating. and
Oh
stuff.
my gosh.
Yeah.
How many episodes are there?
8.
Oh my gosh, you can binge that so fast.
Yeah. And then Space Force Season 2 is going to come out in like a week or so. So that's something that's pretty cool. So that's Steve and a bunch of fun. Let's see who else was on The Office. Tim Meadows is guest starring this year.
Oh my gosh, I love Tim Meadows.
Yeah. And then in March, the second season of Upload comes out, which is that show that I do for Amazon.
Oh my gosh, Greg! Once again, you were like double show running,
Triple show running
again. This is your specialty.
This was the last time was season 6 in The Office and Parks, and then it broke me for several years.
Oh no!
And then this time was during the pandemic. Yeah, I had another double up.
Triple up.
Yeah.
So like when you go to pitch a show and then they're like, we want to buy it, you're like, great, but hold on, I have to sell a second show first because I only like to do 2 to 3 at a time in a bundle.
Well, you know what happens? It's like you never know what's going to get picked up, right? And when you're,
Yeah.
I'm like an independent producer, so I'm out there flogging my wares and everything and trying to make things happen. And then, you'll go for a period of time with nothing happening, and then suddenly everything will hit at the same time, and you can't really control it, but that's what happened.
Well, it's all good stuff, Greg. We're so excited. So you guys be sure to check out My Mom, Your Dad on HBO Max, Space Force on Netflix, and Upload on Amazon. You guys, Greg Daniels, amazing. We love you so much, Greg.
Well, thanks so much. This was so fun, and all the other Office Ladies episodes are also great. Thank you.
And we'll go to Niagara.
Yeah, we'll see you in Niagara, Greg.
Yep, I'm there.
Oh, love you.
Okay, love you too. See you later.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified
Gorton's.
as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay.
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got these Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
White cheddar and then
Oh,
lime mashed
shepherd's pie.
potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and
Right.
just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Love him. Love Greg. We could not be more grateful that he came on our podcast to talk to us about this episode.
I know. What a great way to kick it off. Well, we have tons to cover, Jenna. I think you need to hit us with a summary.
I will give you a summary of what we're breaking down today, which is Niagara Part 1. The staff of Dunder Mifflin head to Niagara Falls for Jim and Pam's wedding with strict instructions not to mention Pam's pregnancy to her conservative Meemaw. Dwight and Michael endeavor to pick up women, and Andy injures his scrotum. That's what we'll be discussing today.
Not a sentence I thought you'd say this morning.
I know.
Injured scrotum.
Injured scrotum features heavily in this episode.
Well, a lot has been said about this episode, Jenna. We're going to share as much of it as we can. There's also 2 DVD commentaries for this. One is with Paul Feig and Greg Daniels. The other features our producer, Randy Cordray, our first assistant director, Kelly Cantley, Mary Wall from our production staff, Claire Scanlon, our editor, Michael Gallenberg, our production designer, and Veda Samarne, our script supervisor. These are fantastic commentaries. If you're a fan of the commentary, this DVD's for you.
Wow.
I know we've said this was a big episode. We're going to keep saying it, you guys, but it really was. Claire Scanlon, our editor, said her original cut came in at 64 minutes, and she had to cut it down to 42 minutes and 30 seconds. She said it was actually painful to cut that much, and there are so many awesome deleted storylines. I'm going to share some of those with you.
Well, I can't wait. You know, this episode opens with a lot of puking.
So much
Puking. We talked a little bit about it with Greg. We have more to say. Basically, we see Pam. She's standing next to Jim, and she is asking her fellow office mates if they could just help her out. Her stomach is really sensitive because she's pregnant. And like maybe Phyllis could use like a less perfumey soap. Maybe they could eat less stinky lunches. This does not go over well.
Oh no. People are not happy about it. They want to live their life at their office and not worry about Pam's pregnancy.
Exactly. They actually revolt, and Dwight purposely starts eating a hard-boiled egg at his desk pod with Pam.
Stinky.
Yeah, she looks him right in the eye and pukes in her trash can.
That was disgusting. Andy then has a talking head, and he says watching people get sick always makes him sick, and frankly, so does talking about it, and then he starts to gag. This sets off the whole bullpen.
Well, I have some fun behind-the-scenes info about this cold open. First off, Greg and Mindy supposedly wrote this cold open together on a Sunday morning in a diner. I just find it interesting that they were having a delicious Sunday brunch while they wrote about vomiting. I guess Greg is the one who came up with Dwight's 3-ounce fetus line. And then Mindy said in an interview with OfficeTelly.com that we spent a very long time shooting this cold open because they kept stopping to have discussions about, like, how much vomit should each person vomit? Should Ellie vomit on the floor? Should she vomit in a cup? How can we best show Angela's vomit coming through her fingers? There was so much vomit detail work.
I want you to know Paul Feig was delighted that I was going to puke through my hand. That was like, we had to make sure we got it through my fingers.
Well, it was in the script that way.
I know.
It says that you try to cover your mouth and the vomit spews through your fingers.
Yeah.
Craziness. Well, I also got a fan question from Faith B in Berryville, Virginia, who said, I was wondering what was used for the vomit in the cold open of Niagara Part 1. Well, Randy Cordray, our line producer, shared that our prop department actually had to create several different types of vomit, custom made for each character. You know, you need a different thing to spew through the fingers than you do to go in the trash can.
Also, in theory, all of these different people had different meals that day. So
yes,
everyone's puke would look the same.
Yes. So I guess it was mostly soup, different kinds of soup, but sometimes they put soggy bits of bread in it if they needed it to be a little chunkier.
I can tell you it was disgusting.
and pretending to puke wasn't that hard. They shared that there was extra vomit footage that didn't make it in. It's not in the deleted scenes on the DVD, but apparently Jim vomited too. Oh. But one thing they all could agree on in the editing room was that they wanted to end on Creed eating noodles in the midst of everyone being sick around him.
Well, if you can believe it, the creation of this cold open didn't end there. They then had to send it to post-production, where they added and enhanced our puking sounds. Yeah.
To capture all of that, plus everything they were going to need for Niagara Part 1, Greg shared that they used the shorter opening title sequence because it saved us 9 seconds, and we needed every single one of those.
Well, I think we should get into this episode.
Let's do it. Well, let's start off right away with a deleted scene, Jenna.
Oh!
This episode would have started with Pam doing a wedding vlog at home as her and Jim got ready. It's so adorable. We have to hear it.
Hello, world. This is Pam Beasley, and this is the latest installment of my wedding video diary. This afternoon, my fiancé Jim and I are going to Niagara Falls to get married after a half day of work. Woohoo! I'm getting my marriage on! Sorry, I'm just really excited. Okay, so let's see. Last time I talked about the difficulties of throwing a wedding on a budget, specifically flower arrangements. My solution? Paper flowers. I made these using a regular cardstock that I found in the warehouse. Can you believe they were going to just throw that away? Hey, babe. Okay, so I totally remember shooting these. What is happening in the background there is that at the end of her vlog, Jim walks out of the bathroom in his underwear brushing his teeth. And then he has to turn around and go back to the bathroom.
Yeah, he didn't know she was vlogging.
They built a little bedroom for Jim and Pam back behind where we would usually have lunch, a little bit off of our set, and we filmed these little vlogs in that little room.
Well, they're super cute. I loved them.
Aww. Well, this episode actually gets started with Pam and Jim arriving to work in their cute little casual clothes, and Michael is showing them how he has decorated his car for their wedding. His car is decorated and has cans behind it.
Yes, instead of saying just married on the back windshield, he wrote going to a wedding.
Well, Jim and Pam are going to ask everyone to come in the conference room because they want to give them a list of do's and don'ts for the wedding.
Already on the dry erase board under the don'ts is make a big scene, cry, talk to our family, very busy. Under the do's, it's have a good time, dance when it is appropriate.
I liked that one.
And eat dinner. Right away, there's a heated debate because Kevin, I guess, really wanted to bring firecrackers.
Yeah.
So Jim has to put that under the don't column. And now here comes the big secret. They really need everyone to not say it with them.
Do not say Pam is pregnant. Don't do it. Don't say it. Pam's Meemaw doesn't know. Don't say it.
Angela tells Pam she's lucky to have a grandmother. Jenna, this is one of my lines from the whole run of the show that gets quoted to me. I'll be at Target and someone will say it to me. Well, you're lucky you have a grandmother. Some of us have to be our own grandmothers.
Yeah,
I think Angela Martin and Meemaw would have hit it off.
Oh, I so wish we could have had an Angela Meemaw scene.
I know. Why weren't they seated side by side at the rehearsal dinner?
No kidding. Oh my gosh.
Well, Pam sort of retorts to Angela, you know, you don't have to come to the wedding. And Michael's like, yes, she does. And he leans forward and he pinches Angela. Jenna, Steve really pinched me. And that reaction is real. I really went, ow!
Was that in the script, or was that just like a little thing he did?
No, it was scripted that Michael pinches Angela under her arm. But you guys, when was the last time someone pinched you like under your arm? You have an honest reaction when it happens.
Sure. Well, Michael and Dwight are hoping a lot happens at this wedding.
Oh, yeah, they are. You know, in traditional Dwight and Michael style, there was a deleted scene, Jenna, where Dwight helps Michael pack. He goes over the list. You know how he does. Jenna, Michael shares that he's going to bring 78 items. You need to hear what these 78 items are.
Oh my gosh.
Deodorant, toothpaste, check. Yes, extra large. I brought 78 condoms. Oh man.
78, Jenna.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dwight has made a list of every one of Jim and Pam's female family members and is going to break down their eligibility, sort of.
Well, if you count whether or not they've sold their bicycle online as a dating status.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we got a fan question from Lauren K in Canada that I really appreciated. She said, I've never understood why everyone is always at the office before they go to leave somewhere, similar to like when Holly moved. Oh, or before Pam went off to New York City. Why are Jim and Pam at the office the day before their wedding? Why is anyone there if they're just going to all leave in their casual clothes anyway? You know, Lauren, I don't know. I don't know what work they got done today. Perhaps Jim and Pam needed to come in to give everyone the speech. They saw the value in that one last speech to the group about Mima. But I agree. I think it's very funny. I'm just glad that Pam isn't driving to her wedding in a pencil skirt with pantyhose. Finally. Well, now everybody's going to kind of get in their little carpools. Michael and Dwight drive off in his decorated car. The cans are exploding. We got a fan question about that as well. John D. from Lakewood, Colorado said, how did they do that? Was it real? Was it special effects? I mean, the cans were real. I guess this gag drove the crew crazy. Randy, Kelly, and Veda shared that it was just a very difficult thing to get. It seems like a small little moment, right, in the script, but it was very hard to capture. Yeah, Randy told me that the writers were so tickled by this idea that these cans would explode that Michael would put full cans. You guys, you're supposed to put empty cans. Yes. But Michael wouldn't think that through. They started by just dragging some full cans behind the car, hoping they would explode. They didn't. So they actually had to rig each can with a teeny tiny timed explosive charge to make them burst open. That happened, they burst open, but it wasn't all that exciting. So then they also had to add like a sound effect to make it sort of louder. It was a very difficult little bit to pull off. But listen, this is a tradition, the thing of putting cans on the back of your car. Of course, I looked it up. I guess that this goes all the way back to a French tradition, Angela.
Oh.
It's called, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, chivalry. And you're supposed to like create a bunch of noise after a couple is newly married. It was originally done where as the couple drove away, people would clang pots and pans and other noisemakers, but then it eventually evolved into the can thing. But I thought you'd like this one, Angela. Okay. I guess in the Tudor period in England, I was going to say, how far back does this go? Yeah. There was this crazy tradition where as the couple would ride away in their carriage, guests would take off their shoes and throw it at the carriage. And if you hit the carriage, it meant good luck. So there have always been these little traditions of things to do as a couple is driving away. Throwing things at them, making noise. Yeah. But that stunt was a nightmare. I have a driving stunt coming up. Yes, you do. You're going to run into Kevin. I fully nudged Brian Baumgartner with that car, you guys, and it was a lot of fun. Listen, I was going 0.000 miles an hour. It's just a little tap, And we actually had a lot of fun doing that. I got really tickled. everyone's on their way to Niagara now. You have all these different pairings and cars. It's really fun to see. You have Andy, Aaron, and Kelly, and you have Jim and Pam, and Michael and Dwight. Yes, there's that super sweet scene with Pam and Jim, and this is where we get, oh my gosh, I just loved it. Pam tells Jim that her aunt told her to take mental pictures of the high points of their wedding day because everything's going to go by so fast and they should try to remember it. And that's when Jim uses his fingers and pretends like he's taking a picture of Pam. This idea that Jim and Pam should take mental pictures was a pitch from Steve Carell. He had told Greg this story that he had a friend who would do this. And so Greg put it into the script for Jim and Pam. But when we read it, John and I, we didn't get it, like when we read the script. So Greg did that thing where he was like, Steve, come here. Show these guys what you meant, the thing with the taking the mental pictures. So Steve kind of showed us, and then we were like, oh, we get it. I just love that so much, and it goes to what Greg mentioned in the commentary, you guys, and also in our interview about how a lot of this episode was based off real-life moments in people's lives, and this is one of them. You know, I also improvised a line in this scene, Angela. Which line? When Jim says, oh, you blinked, that was supposed to be the end. And I improvised the line, we should have hired a professional to take our mental pictures. Aw, I'm very proud of it. Very good. So, Angela, you mentioned that Dwight and Michael are in the car together, and I laughed out loud so hard at the beginning of the scene when you find out that Michael is asleep and driving. Yeah, it was so funny. I also laughed out loud when Dwight says he made Michael a mix CD, something he can play if he brings a woman back to his room. I mean, Dwight is a wingman, guys. I loved it so much, I felt like we needed to hear it.
Hello, my name is Dwight Schrute. If you are listening to this, you are a lucky woman Michael has seduced. To be in your shoes. What's next, you're probably wondering. Don't be scared of your night in heaven.
I mean, it's so creepy. Maximum creep factor. This scene made me laugh for something I was not expecting, Jenna. What? I couldn't stop cracking up. I don't know why. Maybe I was just in a loopy mood. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but did you notice that Michael is dressed just like his car seat? What? He's dressed exactly like the upholstery in his car. So he's in all beige, and the seat is all beige, and he's just like a beige blob going down the road, and it just cracked me up. I did not, but I want to go back and look at it. Well, you guys, the gang finally makes it to Niagara. They're pulling into the city. For that driving sequence as everyone arrives to Niagara, Kelly Cantley shared that was filmed, Jenna, while you guys were drying off from Maid of the Mist. Oh, wow, yeah. For the most part, we shot this episode in Los Angeles, and all of the scenes at the hotel were shot at Sportsman's Lodge in Studio City. For the lobby area, we used an area that was under renovation that was kind of in the back of the hotel. Our production designer, Michael Gallenberg, and our set decorator, Steve Rothstein, they basically turned this unused lobby into this fictitious Statler Falls hotel. What an amazing job. I mean, everything from like the fireplace, all of it that you see, they put in there. Everything. All the hotel rooms, they were upstairs on the second floor. It was an unused wing of the hotel that was undergoing a renovation at the time. They were empty. So literally everything you see was added by our design crews, which I just think is amazing. And lady, do you remember when we talked to Ed Helms about when he started on The Office, he stayed at Sportsman's Lodge. Yeah, that's where they put him up. Yes. Incidentally, when Lee and I got married, Sportsman's Lodge was down the street from our house, and we found out that you could buy a day pass for their swimming pool. They have a huge swimming pool, like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And so whenever my family would come to town, we would get day passes for the Sportsman's Lodge swimming pool. Jenna, my dad loved the Sportsman's Lodge. We would go there and swim and hang out, and you and I often met there for breakfast because they had a fantastic breakfast. They had an amazing little breakfast diner restaurant thing. Yeah. Well, Randy also shared with me that we had to do a table read for one of our upcoming episodes while we were shooting at Sportsman's Lodge, and they put us in this conference room, but it had a huge window right onto the swimming pool. He said we got a lot of looky-loos. A lot of people like in their bathing suits and towels, just like walking by, watching us read an episode of The Office. Also, try concentrating on reading and delivering a line as like some guys chasing after a beach ball. Yeah, in his swim trunks. Well, now Jim and Pam are going to check in to their hotel room, and I want you guys to look at 8 minutes 41 seconds. There is a beautiful photo, a huge picture in the lobby of Niagara Falls, of the actual falls. Well, that was taken by our very own Michael Gallenberg. Randy and Michael had gone there to scout, and on their scouting trip, Michael took that picture and blew it up really big and made it part of the lobby decoration. Oh, I love that detail. During this scene, Jim and Pam make it clear that they're going to get individual rooms tonight, and then the next night they're going to check into the honeymoon suite. But they're wondering, like, could we just take a peek at it? We just want to look at it. And the hotel desk clerk is like, oh, I'm sorry, someone has that room tonight, and that someone is Andy. Andy is staying in the honeymoon suite the night before, and he's like, I'll break it in for you guys. John delivers this line. It was in the script. I had to look it up because the way he did it was so funny. I thought maybe he made it up on the fly. He just says, I do not like that. I do not like that. It's so great. Well, listen, I have a guest star alert that is near and dear to my heart. The woman who plays the front desk clerk throughout this episode is my friend, Michelle Gunn. Now, I have known Michelle for so long, and she auditioned for The Office 6 times for six different roles before landing this one. I didn't know that. Yes, and she would get to the final callbacks, and then they'd give the role to someone else. But Allison Jones kept bringing her back. We would always be so bummed when she didn't get a role. But then she got this huge role where she got to interact with almost every cast member. She got to be directed by Paul Feig, and she got paid for 2 different episodes. So we were so excited. We were like, oh my gosh, this is that story where like every job you didn't get leads to the job you absolutely were meant to have. How fun! And she's so good in it. She's so good. Oh, she crushed it. I want you to know, I noticed a background catch in this scene, Angela. It's really quick. What you got? Okay, there is like a little announcement board that sort of says all the other things that are happening at the hotel on this night. Oh, what's it say? All right. I live for this, by the way, and I'm sad I missed it, so I cannot wait to hear. Well, in addition to Jim and Pam's rehearsal dinner, you could also attend the Moose Lodge meeting at 7 p.m. in the Elk Room. Or Senior Poker Friday at 5 p.m. in the River Room. Or perhaps you'd like to go to the O'Brien retirement party at 8 p.m. in the reception hall. I also noticed this tidbit. I know exactly when Jim and Pam's wedding reception is because it's on the board. It's 2 p.m. the next day in the Falls Room. So they had like, I guess, like a noonish wedding. Well, someone's going to get some bad news when they try to check into the hotel, and that person is Michael, because I guess he thought you could just show up and say you want a room with the Beasley Halpert block, and you would have a room. That's not how it works. Oh, Michael. So Michael's going to try to weasel himself into other people's rooms. Of course no one wants Michael in their room. The only person who's nice enough to say, Michael, you could have the other bed is Toby, and Michael's like, hell no, Toby. I know. You know, Stanley's going to arrive to check in with not his wife, Cynthia. Played by Algerita Wynn Lewis. This is a bit scandalous. I'm surprised Angela didn't have something to say about this. Angela was consumed with the fact that Pam was getting married while pregnant. She could barely focus on anything else. That's right. She was focusing all her shame in that one direction. I love that Michael goes up to Jim and Pam and asks when is he making his speech, and says, because he'd like to go third to bat cleanup. Yeah, This is where we are going to meet Jim's parents for the first time. We have Betsy Halpert, played by Perry Smith, and Gerald Halpert, played by Robert Pine, who is the father of actor Chris Pine. People were so excited. We were a little bit excited. First of all, he's a lovely, lovely person and was so nice to everyone, but there were a few folks excited that Chris Pine's dad was there. It's true. Even though Robert Pine is like an incredibly successful actor in his own right. I know! Well, listen, Pam and Jim are pointing out Mima to Jim's parents. And she says, Mima is the woman in teal talking to my mom. Now, that was confusing to some viewers because, you know, we met Pam's mom in the sexual harassment episode in season 2. And the woman that we met as Pam's mom was not standing over by the woman in teal. Because in this episode, Pam has a new mom. We had to cast a new actress as Pam's mom. Yeah. The original actress who played Pam's mom was Shannon Cochran. She was on tour doing a play. She was doing August Osage County, and we could not get her for this episode. Randy actually talked about this. He said this was a really difficult episode to schedule because we had so many different guest stars, many of whom we had established in previous episodes. We had to get the same people. We even had to shoot on 2 Saturdays. I don't know if you remember that, Angela, but in order to get everybody in the same room together for the wedding part, we actually shot on Saturdays. The one person we couldn't get was Shannon. The writers talked about this. They felt that we had to have Pam's mom at the wedding. They did not. Of course. Like, Pam can't get married without her mom. No, they did not want to manufacture some kind of drama like that Pam's mom didn't come. Right. Plus, they really wanted to introduce that storyline between Michael and Pam's mom. And that was an important storyline for this season. And it looked like Shannon's tour schedule was going to bump into that as well. So they made the decision to recast the role. Pam's new mom was played by Linda Pearl. When I met her, I was really struck with how alike we look. It's funny because the original actress Shannon kind of looks like my real mom, but I thought Linda looked kind of like me. I actually thought she looked like she could be my big sister. And we were doing the math and we were like, wait, actually, like, we're not that far apart in age. Like, she would have been 19 when she had me. A little bit of Hollywood magic there, a little fudging. They tried to play it up with like her hair, makeup, wardrobe. But here's something crazy. She's been acting for forever. She had been on Happy Days. How cool is that? Isn't that crazy? Well, Linda was delightful. I loved getting to work with her. At 11 minutes, 3 seconds, people are making their way into where the rehearsal dinner is. There is a sign that says Beasley Halpert. Now, Halpert is spelled wrong. And some people on the internet at the time were like, oh my gosh, they spelled Jim's last name wrong. Beta shared on the commentary, that was intentional. That was like a little joke, a little hidden gem, a little nugget, you know, that the hotel staff had spelled his name wrong. So that was meant to be, you guys. Yes, Angela, on that little sign that I mentioned earlier, every time it's supposed to say Halpert, it says Halpert. It's like a running joke. You can find many Halperts. The other information on the sign reads like this: wedding rehearsal dinner, 7 to 8:40 p.m. Yeah, guys, you gotta get out. Gotta get out. 8:40, you're out. You have an hour and 40 minutes. Eat up, make your toast, get out the door. And it is taking place in the Passion Package Room. Wow. I can tell you that we filmed all of these rehearsal dinner scenes at the famous Smokehouse restaurant in Burbank. I don't know if you remember, Angela, but at the time, I lived in walking distance from the Smokehouse. Oh, you were so excited when we were filming there. I would walk home for lunch and I'd have lunch with Lee. It was so great. And guys, listen, the Smokehouse is a very famous restaurant. It is right across the street from Warner Brothers Studios. So a lot of like movie executives and actors eat there. I guess George Clooney even named his production company after the Smokehouse restaurant. Yeah, because he filmed on the Warner Brothers lot. He would walk over there. That's the Hollywood lore, anyway. Well, the original Smokehouse only seated 46 people. I found a whole little video documentary about it, and I thought we should listen to a little audio clip about its history. Great.
The original smokehouse was started here at Riverside and Pass in Burbank in 1946 by two Lockheed engineers, Jim Stockton and Jack Monroe. Jim was the promoter and frontman, and Jack was the cook. Opening night was attended by such neighborhood luminaries as Bob Hope and Bing Crosby. Soon after, all 46 seats were regularly filled to capacity, and it was time to look for larger quarters. As fate would have it, the Red Coach Inn, built by Danny Kaye but never opened, was available, and in 1948 it became the permanent home of the smokehouse. By 1952, Jim's younger brother Stan was running the restaurant, and Chef John L. Sullivan's unique recipe for garlic bread made the smokehouse the largest purveyor of French bread west of the Mississippi.
Yeah, like their garlic bread was like the thing. It's still the thing. It brought in all the celebs. I guess the new location could seat like 500 people. Here's a list of the people that would go to the smokehouse for this bread. Errol Flynn, Judy Garland, Robert Redford. But the smokehouse was known for respecting the privacy of celebrities. They would never sell a story to the tabloids. And when I first moved to Los Angeles, Angela, I had a friend who told me that once a week they would go eat lunch at the smokehouse to try to get discovered by executives who were coming there for lunch. It never happened. They never got discovered.
I just want that guy in the ad to do something for office ladies. Two gals, Jenna Fisher, Sam Kiefer, Cassie Jerkins, sitting around talking about TV.
You get a sense of like the mood of the smokehouse when you listen to that, for sure.
Well, I think we should take a break, and when we come back, Dwight is going to hold court at the kids' table, and we're going to meet Pam's sister.
Oh, yeah.
What? Pam has had a sister this whole time?
Yeah, and she's like a famous actress.
We'll be back.
Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes.
Here's what it
For
is.
hikes.
You get a little
For hiking.
packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, 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 or even
Hint.
on really long
Hint.
flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
We are back, and I can't wait because we're about to talk to Meemaw. Aw, yes, Meemaw, played by the amazing Peggy Stewart. First of all, I just want to say that I loved the detail that Meemaw had her napkin tucked into her blouse like a bib. Did you notice this?
I did. She wasn't going to mess up her outfit.
No, she was not.
I bet she also has a little rain bonnet for her hair.
My grandma had one of those because, you know, she would go get her hair done once a week at the salon, and they tease it all up.
Angela Martin had one.
Meemaw says that Pam marrying Jim might just be restoring her faith in that side of the family. And Pam's kind of like, oh, thanks, Meemaw. I mean, nobody's perfect, but, you know. And then Meemaw says she wouldn't care to live if she thought that was true. Pam's Meemaw is Angela.
I know.
You know, when we were talking to Greg mentioned that Peggy Stewart, who played Meemaw, was in a whole bunch of Westerns. But I mean, like, I can't even tell you how many she was in. Just from 1944 to 1951, just for that 7 years, she was in 35 Westerns.
Oh my gosh.
In 7 years. Yeah. She also has a ton of television credits. Like she was on Gunsmoke for 5 years. She's been on the A-Team, Days of Our Lives, Seinfeld, Frasier. She died recently in 2019. She was 95 years old. She was a delight.
She was amazing. Everyone loved her on set. She completely held her own with her scenes with Steve.
Oh, don't even get me started. I can't wait to get to this.
I know. How lucky were we?
Next, Pam's going to run into her dad and his much younger new girlfriend, Christy Kelly. Pam's dad was played by Rick Overton. Remember the last time we saw him, he was just down in the parking lot with just some off-camera dialogue. Here he is. He's back. He was so fun.
He's back.
And then Dwight is at the kids' table.
He is. And Dwight is just crushing it with the kid.
What's up, pimp? How you living? What's new in the zoo? Motherfucker just bounced. West side.
Well, he's doing that fun thing where he's not talking down to them, which makes an adult fascinating to children.
Right. And we see at 11 minutes, 52 seconds, Charlotte Daniels, Greg's
dog.
daughter, who I thought did fantastic.
Oh my gosh. Yes, and later she's going to dance down the aisle. Yes, she's got a whole other big moment.
Never seen anything like
And
that.
then, Jenna, up next, we're going to meet Pam's
Few
sister.
people have.
I know we have a lot to share about this. I could not believe in sort of the canon of the show up to this point that
That she's
Pam would have
never mentioned
such
it
a
once.
cute, fun sister. And it's never come up. None of the guys. Michael would be constantly like, Pam, is your sister going to stop by?
Right,
When's your sister
exactly.
stopping
She's
by?"
hot as fuck.
Like, I feel like Pam hidden the fact that she has such a cute sister because she knows all the fellas will be like just bugging her.
Angela, 100%. I am convinced that everyone at this wedding from Dunder Mifflin is shocked that Pam has a sister. Shocked. I love it that she mistakes Kevin for Oscar's boyfriend, Gil. And Oscar is like, what? What?
He is so offended.
He's so angry.
During the scene, I have two background catches. One is behind Kevin and Oscar. Did you see the enormous picture of Jim and Pam in a golded frame on an easel?
Yes, I remember taking that.
I just remember that from going to weddings. Everyone has that one picture, like their engagement picture in a big frame. I love that little detail. That's hanging somewhere, Jenna. Someone has that.
Yeah, someone has that giant. It's probably in a warehouse.
Also, in the background, Kelly pointed out that the fire that's in the fireplace, making everything feel so cozy, fakey fire.
What do you mean, fakey fire?
It's special effects because there was no fire in the fireplace at the smokehouse when we filmed.
What? That is blowing my mind.
I know. It looks really good.
I should probably give you a little guest star breakdown on Pam's sister, who was played by the lovely Anna Camp. You guys know Anna. She's been on Mad Men. She's been on the Mindy Project. She was the star of the Pitch Perfect movies.
I was so excited when she came to set because I had been watching True Blood and she had a great story arc on True Blood.
Oh, yeah. I reached out to her and she sent in some audio clips about her time on the show. Of course, we started by asking her how she got the role of Penny.
Hi there, this is Anna Camp, and I'm super excited to be on the Office Ladies podcast. I had the pleasure of playing Pam's sister, Penny, in the wedding episodes in Niagara, and I had the best time. It was truly an honor to get to be a part of those episodes. So, how I got the job. I had auditioned for Allison Jones, who's an incredible casting director, multiple times for lots of different things, and she was always very supportive of me, and always remained a fan. And I could tell that she was trying to find me something. I was actually doing a play in New York at the time, so I got an audition for Penny, and I had to go all the way up to 30 Rockefeller Plaza, and it's a super iconic feeling when you go up to audition at NBC in New York City. And I remember there were like two scenes that I did for the casting director up there on top of 30 Rock. And at the time, the character Penny was also the character who hooks up with Dwight at the wedding. So at the time, it wasn't two characters because my friend Kellen Coleman, who I actually met on that Office episode, she played the character, the other bridesmaid who hooks up with Dwight. So they kind of split my role in two. I'm not really sure why they did that because I was like, oh man, that would have been super fun. I love Rainn Wilson. He's so funny. But anyway, I made a really great friend out of Kellen, and we're still friends today.
That was a newsflash to me.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So originally they were going to have Pam's mom hook up with Michael and Pam's sister hook up with Dwight. What?
That was too much of a 1-2 punch.
You cannot do that to Pam. I'm so glad that instead had Pam's friend hook up with Dwight, I guess. But wow, crazy that her audition sides were different. You know, we also asked her how she felt about getting the job, what it was like to be part of this episode, and here's what she had to say.
I just remember being so excited to be on the episode and wearing bridesmaids dresses and all of that, and being directed by Paul Feig was just super exciting. And I was originally a fan of the show, so of course I was like already up to date with everything that had been going on, and I was a huge fan of the cast, and just thought the writing was so superb. And I just remember seeing like these characters, you know, that I had been watching. They're like, I mean, obviously I'm an actor, but there's something like a little, I was very starstruck, seeing everybody hanging out and doing their thing, and just like these iconic characters, just people, you know, being people and being funny and improvising and, you know, hanging out on their phones talking. And it was just such a fun thing for me to be a part of, you know, pretty early on in my career. And I still, you know, see those wedding photos and I'm like in them. Like, how did I get to be in the wedding episode of The Office? And like, I'm a bridesmaid. Pretty surreal.
Okay, I have to say that when she was talking about like seeing all these people that she had seen on TV just kind of like walking around, being on the phone, just being themselves, like how surreal that could be, that totally took me back to the fact that Angela, one of my very first acting jobs was in the movie Geely. Do you remember this movie?
Was that Ben Affleck?
And Jennifer Lopez. And I had a scene
So
with Christopher Walken.
Get out.
Yes, where he's in an elevator, and then I enter the elevator, and it has a funny smell, and I have to comment to my friend about the smell. And like, was just like a little like 3-line scene.
Are you in that movie? If I go watch that movie, I've never seen it.
I think I made the cut. I think I'm in the movie. It was just crazy because I was like, it was Christopher Walken. I'm doing a scene with Christopher Walken.
Oh my God, Christopher Walken.
How is this happening? And then, like, I didn't have any scenes with Ben Affleck or Jennifer Lopez. But, like, you know, you just see them, like, walk by in the far distance from their trailer. And, you know, it was one of my very first jobs in Hollywood. And I just was like, I was in a dream state. It was so weird. I do want to say, shout out to Christopher Walken. They shot his coverage first, which is pretty standard. You shoot the stars. And then they said to him, Mr. Walken, you can go ahead and go to lunch while we get these ladies. We can have someone else read your line off camera. And he said, no, I stay for all my work.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
Yeah, and he stayed and he did the lines for us, even though he wasn't on camera. And I was like, okay, that was classy. I'm going to remember that. That was super cool.
I have a Christopher Walken impression.
What? From the movie True Romance. I love that movie.
What?
True
You have a
Romance.
Christopher Walken impression?
From True Romance.
Okay. I did not know this about you. You're my best friend and you can do a Christopher Walken impression.
I really can't. I just love this movie.
Okay.
Here's Christopher Walken in True Romance.
Okay.
Your son, the fuckhead that he is.
Very good.
Oh!
That's it. That's it.
That's as far as it goes. I mean, it's good. It's respectable.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Your son. Come on, that movie is so good.
Your son.
We have gotten on a tangent
Fuckhead
here.
that he is.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
On a tangent?
What? So listen, Anna Camp also mentioned how doing this role was one of her earliest jobs because after this she would get her role on Glee and then she was going to have a regular role on the Mindy Project. She said that when she was auditioning for the Mindy Project, Mindy remembered her from meeting her doing Niagara and that Mindy like really fought for her to get the role in a really meaningful way. So she felt like, you know, she was able to plant a lot of seeds by doing this small role on our show. And guys, she's just the loveliest. She also has the cutest dogs on the planet. You can check them out and her on her Instagram at The Real Anna Camp.
Anna, thank you so much for sharing your memories. And you were just wonderful. And that was so great just to hear your voice.
Well, now Ryan is hitting on a lady and Meredith is actively sabotaging him in just the best way. I loved it.
I know. She's like, you want to tell him where you worked at the bowling alley? Kelly Cantley shared that for our props department, the continuity of this rehearsal dinner scene was such a challenge because we shot out of order. So in one scene, Mima might have her salad. In the next scene, entrees, and we were bouncing all around. And our props department had to keep track of all of it.
You know what? I remember that. And they also have to keep track of which plate goes to which person. It is like a massive, massive undertaking to fake feed all of those people with a passage of time.
With a 3-course meal.
Yeah. Angela, I have a fan question. It's from Rachel B. in Austin, Texas. She says, around 12 minutes, 30 seconds, why is Creed lurking over Andy's shoulder for his whole conversation?
This is great. Rachel, I can tell you why. So this is really funny to me for many reasons. One is in the DVD commentary, Greg said in editing that he saw Creed creeping into this shot and he was like, why is Creed here? He has no lines in the script. What is he doing? Why has Paul placed him here? Because Greg wasn't there the day that we shot that. Paul Feig said the only thing he can think of is that they kept trying to place Creed in all these random places in the background because there was a deleted runner that didn't make it in that Creed, I guess, remembered being at this one restaurant because he used to smuggle back in the day. And this was one of his meetup places. And there's a really funny clip. Sam, can you play it?
I know this place. It was home base when I ran cigarettes over the border. Lobsters? I never knew. The balloon went in, the balloon came out. Didn't think to ask.
He smuggled cigarettes in a balloon in his body? Full cigarettes in a balloon? What?
I don't know, apparently. And then there were more scenes, Jenna, where Creed was in the background looking for his stash. And in one, he finds it. There's a spy shot that got deleted where Creed is taking off the cushion in one of the little banquette seating booths.
Yeah?
And digs his hand way back in the booth and pulls out a bunch of cash and cigarettes. And he looks around and he puts some in his pocket and he sneaks off.
I had no idea.
And so if you see Creed lurking about in these rehearsal dinner scenes, that was this deleted runner of him looking for his stash.
Lady, are you ready for some speeches?
Oh, there's going to be so many.
They're kicked off by Pam's friend, Isabel. And I got this fan question, by the way. Sophia B. from Massachusetts says, Angela, you mentioned your daughter, Isabel, on the podcast before. And Sophia is wondering if they named Pam's friend Isabel after your daughter Isabel. Do you know?
They sure did. We filmed this episode in 2009. My daughter was around a year old. And the character, Isabel Pariba, who was Pam's friend, her name was a combination of my daughter's first name and Paul Lieberstein's wife's maiden name, Isabel Pariba.
Hey! Well, the real Isabel was played by Kellen Coleman. She has been on The Newsroom, Big Little Lies, The Mindy Project. We love her, and she's going to come back. She did 4 episodes of The Office.
She was fantastic.
Well, now Jim's brothers are going to give a speech. You might remember we've met them before. They're played by Tug Coker and Blake Robbins. Tug told me that he improvised the line, "a little mo cardio," and he said that they were a little more confident improvising this time around since they'd been on the show before, and he said that that little line is the thing that people text and DM him more than anything else in reference to him being on the show.
It's like the thing that stood out in their toast to me.
For sure.
Well, Michael thinks their speech is inappropriate, and he's going to save the day.
Yeah.
He's going to jump in, and you guys, at 14 minutes, 28 seconds, did you notice that Michael delivers his joke about the smart car with his eyes closed?
Yes. I loved that choice so much.
His eyes are closed for about 20 seconds. Paul Feig shared in the commentary that this was a choice that Steve made, and Paul was like, okay, and Steve just committed to it and did it.
Did you notice that Mima puts her hand up to her ear to try to hear better?
I did.
And also, I would like to point out that Mima is not at the head table.
Oh.
She is not sitting next to Pam, Pam's mother, and Pam's sister. They have not allowed her at the head table for some odd reason. She's just
reason. I think we all know what reason.
Listen, there are so many fun background catches in this rehearsal dinner. I mean, little things like I noticed when Jim starts giving his speech, Pam's mom hugs Pam's sister and they share a little loving look. Like, everybody is in their character and they are contributing these real amazing reactions to this scene. It is so rich. I love it.
So layered. Michael's whole smart car thing, it's gonna bomb. Pam looks over at Jim like, step in, and Jim does. And he does such a great job up until the end.
He doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, it's really sweet. He's saying really sweet things, and Pam's going to take a little mental picture.
Genoveda shared that whole bit about teaching you how to drive a stick was improvised.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Way to go, John Krasinski.
I know, but then you responded right in the moment, too, so you're right there with him. And Andy crying, talk about just one of the things in the background, Andy crying in Jim's speech, I absolutely love.
I know. That's Ed making the choice for his character, and our cameras picking these up. Well, listen, Jim is gonna, end his toast by asking everyone to raise their glasses, except Pam, of course. And Mima's like, why, of course?
By the way, Mima's hearing at that point was spot on.
Yeah, exactly. She's hearing all of this. And, Jim is like, oh, she can do whatever she wants, but she shouldn't drink because she's an alcoholic. Wait, what? No, she's not. She's just, I don't know. Pam's dying, and Jim is like, she's pregnant. So then Michael's gonna try to help.
Of course he is.
And lady, I watched this 3 times because it was so funny to me, and I think we have to hear it. This is Michael trying to help Jim and Pam.
Okay. Hey, what I think Jim is trying to say is that they had an accident. And you know what? These 2 people, they're living together. They are having lots of consensual sex.
They were living together?
Yes, they were living together, yes. And you know what? You can't expect them to be careful every time because, frankly, it's just a different sensation. When you come,
Am I wrong? They say it's not different, but it's a different sensation when you use something to block. Yeah, I think everybody knows what I am talking about. It's not necessarily different for the woman, but it is different. Okay.
Michael, stop.
All right. My point is, I said what I wanted to say, and Mima, I hope you heard every word.
Okay, so I just want to say that Steve definitely embellished some of that. Like in the script, they had that whole thing about, they're living together and having regular sex, and Mima's like, they're living together. And then Michael was just supposed to say, yes, and they can't be expected to be careful every single time. It's a different sensation. But then it was going to kind of end there. So all that stuff about maybe not for the woman, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Like all of that just awkward innuendo and extra was us playing in the moment. Well, I remember how hard it was not to laugh during this moment. And Kelly Cantley talked about it on the commentary.
Another
She
vlogging.
was like, we had to make announcements to the room, not just our regular cast, but all of our background performers. You guys can't laugh. You guys can't laugh. And we all kept cracking up, and we're all supposed to be horrified, right? Like, oh my gosh, Michael. Michael's speech here did not help, but he is going to save the day. Pam tells them, guys, Mima's leaving. She's not coming to the wedding.
Well,
yeah, but Michael is going to go to Mima's hotel room. And what I love about this scene so much is that you're predisposed to be like, oh my God, Michael, stop making it worse. But then he's like the Mima whisperer. When he starts off, I was a little worried because he was like, look, Mima, women have sex all the time now. You got to just, you know what? You got to let that go. And you're like, where's this going? But then they end up finding some common ground. And he helps her turn off her television, which was making her crazy. So my grandma in real life was a little persnickety and opinionated. And she ran a little negative. And the family, we would just be like, oh my gosh, here she goes. I had this one boyfriend, and I don't know what it was, but he would do what Michael did. He would be like, Grandma, you got to let that go. Now that's just nonsense. And she would giggle. She'd be like, oh, okay. And we were like, what? This is the what? How are you unlocking Grandma right now? This is incredible. We were in awe. And that when I watched this scene, it reminded me of that. Well, my grandmother, who I love so much, but she did not watch The Office. She didn't care for it. Thought Michael Scott was vulgar. So proud for you. Will not watch it. At 19 minutes, 16 seconds, there is a Michael talking head out in the hallway after he's left Mima's room. Paul Feig shared that they shot that at the end of the day, and then the next morning when they got to set, Steve was like, guys, we need to reshoot it. Why? Well, I guess there was a line that just kept bumping Steve, and he was like, guys, I just think it's a little too much. When they first filmed it, Michael refers to Grandma's friend as Myrtle. The scripted line was this: I'm actually great with old women. In fact, for the longest time, my best friend was my grandma. And then she met Myrtle. And now she thinks she's better than everybody. And for whatever reason, the name Myrtle, Steve was like, it's just too much. And they changed it to Harriet. And that's the line that made it in. Oh my gosh. I love that Steve was so committed to just getting the nuance of that joke right. Now we're going to head on down to the bar, where everyone is kind of looking to have a good time the night before the wedding. We shot all these bar scenes in the bar of the Sportsman's Lodge. Incidentally, we did a table read in the bar as well one day. We were just table reading all over this place.
This was 2 weeks of wonky, crazy table reads.
It really was.
But they were really fun.
And Pam wants to get in on this. She wants to go down to the bar maybe. She's going to leave her room wearing her very giant necklace and big hoop earrings and her bangle bracelets. but she's gonna run into Angela.
Oh, yeah. Meemaw's not the only fun stopper in town. Angela's here too. At 21 minutes 12 seconds, the hallway where this scene takes place was not a real hallway.
I remember shooting this, Angela.
Yes, it was a fakey hallway. It was a tiny nook, and we had to cheat it to look like a hallway. And they told you and I to hug the wall. So, yeah, if you watch the scene, we're standing super close to the wall the whole time.
And there wasn't a lot of wiggle room. Like, we couldn't walk far in either direction because we ran out of wall.
Yeah. Well, Angela is going to talk Pam out of going to the bar
by offering to go with her to the bar
and basically just chaperone her for the night with like a judgy sneer the whole time. So Pam's like, I'm out.
Yeah.
At 21 minutes 34 seconds, we see the famous Howling at the Moon t-shirt that Dwight is going to wear to pick up the ladies. Ow!
Yeah.
Paul and Greg talked about Dwight's t-shirt in the commentary. I guess our wardrobe department just bought it online. And you can still buy this exact t-shirt. It's on Amazon.
What?
Yes. But guess what else? In May of 2009, someone wrote a customer review that went viral. Ryan Govern gave the t-shirt 5 out of 5 stars. His pros were, fits my girthy frame, has wolves on it, attracts women. Cons, only 3 wolves, could probably use a few more on the guns. Cannot see wolves when sitting with arms crossed. Wolves would have been better if they glowed in the dark. And 41,274 people found this review helpful.
That is fascinating, Angela. I'm particularly fascinated by the fact that this review came out before this t-shirt ever appeared on our episode.
I know.
Wow.
Pretty amazing.
Guys, you can have the wolf shirt. I kind of want one.
I know, I was thinking that too. I was like, do I need the wolf shirt but on a mug?
Maybe I do.
Well, you know who doesn't seem to mind Dwight's Howling at the Moon shirt?
Who?
Pam's friend Isabel. And she finds all of Dwight's chatter about his horses and farm so interesting.
Yeah, the fact that he has 9 3/4 horses. How is that possible? He explains.
I invented a device called Burger on the Go. It allows you to obtain 6 regular-sized hamburgers or 12 sliders from a horse without killing the animal. George Foreman is still considering it. Sharper Image is still considering it. Scamwell is still considering it. Hamakushinema is still considering it. Sears said no.
Well, when Greg saw this scene in editing, he was like, wait, that was a list of alternates. Greg meant for only one of these to be used. Instead, because he wasn't there, they thought it was a list, so Dwight ends up saying all of them. But then they actually ended up liking it, so they left them all in.
We're going to go to Andy's room next because the party is in full swing. I want to remind you, this is the honeymoon suite that Andy has for one night. And Randy Cordray shared with us that our set designers had originally designed this huge heart-shaped kind of like hot tub bathtub that was going to be in the room as kind of like an homage to the honeymoon suite. Well, they had design meetings, they made it, they even had pitched the idea that that's where Michael sleeps because he doesn't have a room, he sleeps in the heart tub. It was in the room. You never see it. It never made it on camera.
It was huge, and they built it in the corner, and you never see it.
No. So there's this huge dance-off happening in this room. Andy and Meredith are kind of doing like a robot challenge.
Kelly's like, what else you got? Because, you know, Kelly and Andy have a history of a dance-off.
Well, guess what? Andy's going to do the splits, and he's going to hurt himself.
He can't get back up, y'all.
Because
he hurt his TT.
Yeah, his scrote got hurt.
He did. You know, Paul shared that Ed pitched that he thought just the splits wouldn't do that much damage, that Andy should have something in his pocket that he lands on.
Oh, that was a good idea.
Yeah.
Aaron and Kevin are going to carry Andy to Pam's door. Pam,
The bride. She's the sober one. Everyone else has been partying. I get that. I mean, it's horrible timing for Pam, no doubt about it.
Well, she's got to drive Andy to the hospital. And that's how this episode ends, with that news on Pam's doorstep. Listen, we had one fan question that I wanted to address. Amy C. from Charlotte, North Carolina said, my kids who are 9 and 11 noticed that Daryl wasn't at the wedding in Niagara. Where was he?
Great catch.
Amy, tell your kids we're very proud of them over here on Office Ladies.
Yeah.
So here's what it was. It was decided that since Daryl was a close friend of Pam's ex-fiance Roy, Pam and Jim would not have invited anyone from the warehouse, including Daryl, to the wedding. But I'm pretty sure the reason they had to come up with that idea is because Craig was in New Orleans filming a movie at this time.
Well, that's 100% why he's not there.
Yeah. You know, Jim and Daryl are going to become good friends, and they're going to be part of a upstart business together, you know, in later seasons. But right now, that hasn't happened yet. You know, right now, that's sort of like Pam's ex-world.
Yeah. Well, that is Niagara Part 1, you guys. We're ending with an injured scrotum. We'll be back next week.
We have so much to talk about next week. I mean, we haven't gotten to the ceremony. We haven't gotten to the actual falls. There's more to say.
We hope you guys have a great week. Thanks for listening and sending in your questions and your comments. Huge thank you to Greg Daniels for being our guest today.
And another big thank you to Randy Cordray, who really helped us dissect the ins and outs and backgrounds of this episode. Randy, we thank you so much.
Thank you, Randy. He's also going to be helping us next week. He is the best. And thank you to Anna Camp for sending in audio clips.
We love you guys.
Bye. Love ya.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Angela!
Jenna!
Today is Jim and Pam's wedding day.
And we are celebrating.
Cheers! That's my drink. Can you hear it?
I sure can. I'm taking a picture of you.
Okay, well, if you take a picture, we can post this on Office Ladies Pod because I'm drinking out of a very special champagne flute.
Tell them all about it. It is, Jenna, can I say it's craptastic?
It is the kitschiest thing you've ever seen in your life. It is a champagne flute, but the stem is a series of 4 glass hearts
that are like hollow in the middle.
Yes, and it's a very large champagne flute. I didn't have any champagne, so I'm actually drinking an old-fashioned out of it. Is that weird?
I think it's flippin' perfect.
Thank
Cheers to you. I wish we were in the same room today. Dang it.
I know. You've got a glass of red wine, though, so
I came to Airwolf today. I said, Sam, Jenna is pouring an old fashioned into her Niagara champagne flute. What do we got here? And he goes, I think there's some stuff over there. I found a bottle of red wine and a croissant. Oh, so I'm feeling very fancy.
You're very European, I think. Red wine and a croissant.
I feel like I am.
Well, let me tell you where I got the champagne flute. When we traveled to Niagara Falls to shoot this episode, the hotel put a basket in my hotel room with these two champagne flutes, champagne, chocolates, candies, nuts, like a whole welcome basket. And they were just so delighted that the office had come to shoot there. And I was so charmed by that. I thought it was the sweetest gesture. And so I ate all the food. I actually shared it with the hair and makeup ladies. And I took the champagne glasses home. And now here they are in all their glory. Yum.
Jenna, I love this story so much. You are truly my BFF because I would have done the same thing. I would have been like, these glasses are going home with me.
Oh yeah, lady, I wrapped these up in a t-shirt and I packed them in my suitcase.
It's amazing. We have to post it in stories. You guys, Niagara Part 2, we're here to break it down for you.
That's right. This is season 6, episode 5. It was written by Greg Daniels and Mindy Kaling and directed by Paul Feig. Let me give you a summary of what we'll be going over today. Last night, Andy slept on Pam's floor because he was recovering from his torn scrotum. Michael slept by the vending machines. Dwight hooked up with Pam's friend. And Kevin is about to lose his shoes. How's that for like a headline?
That's good.
The wedding, which is happening today, is becoming even more hectic than enjoyable for Pam and Jim, and ultimately they're going to take matters into their own hands. Meanwhile, Michael makes an unlikely love connection, and the office gang surprise Jim and Pam with a celebratory dance.
I love this episode so much. I know we both have said that, but this second part of Niagara is when all the like heartstrings are pulled. I mean, it's so beautiful and cringy. It's fantastic. We had Greg Daniels on for Niagara Part 1. We talked about the whole entire episode. So if you guys haven't heard that interview, listen to it. Now we're going to break down the second part. We have lots of fun stuff to share.
This second part of Niagara also features the part where Jim and Pam sneak off and have a wedding ceremony on Maid of the Mist. That is my fast fact number 1. We got a fan question from Ashlyn M. in Windsor, Canada. Did everyone get to go on location to Niagara Falls, or was it just Jenna and John? Did you stay on the American side, or did you get to go to the Canadian side as well? Well, like we said last week, Ashlyn, we shot the rehearsal dinner and the church wedding and the bulk of this episode in Los Angeles. The only people who went to Niagara Falls were me, John Krasinski, Mindy, Randy Cordray, who was our line producer, our cinematographer, Randall Einhorn, our director, Paul Feig, and then a handful of crew members. And we went to the American side of Niagara Falls. And we only had, Angela, 1 day to shoot. 1 day.
To get
That's
all
right.
that?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you now a little bit about how it all went down because Randy had to do an insane amount of preparation to get us there.
He sure did. And he shared with us, you guys. We're going to break it down for you.
You know, originally, the network said that they wanted John and I to shoot this on a green screen at like a fake water tank on like a fakey boat in Los Angeles.
Boo! Boo!
Right?
Yeah.
Randy was like, no. So,
Good for Randy.
yeah. So Randy set out to create a budget that the network would approve for me and John to actually go. Now, Greg told Randy that he would like us to shoot on the Canadian side of the falls because that's the side that has all the fun kind of kitschy wax museums and the water park, and it had the look that Greg was going for.
On the Canadian side.
On the Canadian side.
Okay.
But Randy found out that Canada has this very strict 1-for-1 staffing rule. And what that means is for every person that he brought from our crew, he would have to hire a Canadian to do a job. So if we wanted to bring our regular makeup artist, we would have to hire someone locally, you know, for a different job. It didn't have to be another makeup artist, but just there had to be like a 1-for-1 representation on this crew. Oh, we did not have the budget for that.
Got it.
He also said that Canada has a 14-day embargo on all equipment. So any costumes, cameras, props, we would have to send it 14 days ahead of time. Well, we couldn't do that because we were using all that stuff in Los Angeles.
Right.
So Randy got this approved. Great. We had the budget to shoot on the American side of the falls. But then there was a problem. The Maid of the Mist, it's in like dual waters. Also, the Maid of the Mist is owned by a Canadian company. So that was a whole thing that Randy had to work out.
That's right, because he said they leave Canada and then cross over into American waters.
Yes.
And then they go back to Canada.
Right. But then they do have a boat that will start on the American side or will pick up Americans and go back to the Canadian side. So you can ride it from the American side, but there's limited access to those rides. Most of the rides start on the Canadian side. It was a whole thing.
This is so complicated for a boat ride.
I mean, while I was in my hotel room with my fancy champagne glasses, I had no idea everything that had gone on to get me there to that gift basket. Wow.
Randy shared with us that there were a lot of people that made this amazing moment happen for Jim and Pam. We promised him we would give them a shout out. He said, first, he was in touch with the film commissioner there, Tim Clark. Randy described him as a fountain of resources. Tim put Randy in touch with the location manager, Michelle Barone. Randy was also in touch with Tim Ruddy. He was the vice president of marketing for the Maid of the Mist Steamboat Company. Angela Birdie, the media director of Niagara State Park. She was a huge fan of the show, and Randy said she helped a lot. Randy even had to write a proposal to the New York governor's office, and there was a film liaison there named Pat Kaufman who helped Randy get it all done. He said this was the nicest group of people, and they just really made it happen. Without them, this scene would not have happened.
Wow. Well, listen, I have even more stories to tell about our adventures getting on this boat. I'll save them for the breakdown, but it was incredible. So let's move on to fast fact number 2, which is a follow-up on that horse going over the falls deleted storyline that Greg told us about in his interview last week. Remember that?
Not only do I remember, I am so excited. I brought the table draft script to our recording session so I could read the scene.
What?
Yes!
Oh my gosh, this is perfect. I was just going to say, do you want to remind people what the story was? But you have it. You have it.
I have it. I have what we read at the table read.
Oh my God. This is an exclusive.
Okay, here goes. So, in the table draft, Jim and Pam are saying their wedding vows. Jim is saying, in joy and in sorrow, in sickness and in health, as long as we both shall live. Suddenly, gasps race through the audience. The minister looks up and stops. The camera whips over to see a man leading a horse into the space. On top of the horse is Roy, dressed in a suit. I have to point out, Roy didn't even ride the horse into the church.
He had like a guy bring him in.
He has a guy leading him. Like someone is holding the reins, walking him in. Roy yells, "Wait!" Pam has a horrified expression. Everyone is staring, shocked at Roy, who tries to keep the horse pointed at Pam. But the handler struggles to keep it pointed the right way. So, Roy has no command over this horse at all. The horse's tail whisks by Stanley's face, who looks annoyed. Jim whispers to himself, "Holy f***."
What? They had an F-bomb?
They had an F-bomb. Roy says, "Pammy, we lived together for 9 years and did everything a man and wife do." Camera pans over to Meemaw. Pam is horribly uncomfortable. "Roy, you loved me once, and can you imagine ever seeing me again as your knight on a white horse or a brown horse? People change, and I have too. If you have any second thoughts, any at all, don't do this thing." Pam, I don't have any second thoughts, Roy. I love Jim, not you. I wish you had just called first. A long, awkward pause. Then Roy says, and I will leave you with this thought. You're making a mistake. Jim, seriously, man? Roy, get me out of here. That's what he says to the handler of the horse. Jim, you could have learned to ride it, you know. That would have been a little less. And then Pam goes, Jim. The handler walks the horse away as Roy tries to keep his dignity. Oscar Booth, boo! And then the minister says, okay, where were we? He starts them back into their vows, but the camera pans over to Dwight. Dwight is seated next to a wedding guest and says, that is a powerful looking horse. Excuse me. He gets an idea. He gets up and follows Roy out. Wow. Yeah, and then the other scenes are the ones Greg talked about where Dwight convinces Roy to let him return the horse. But then because he's seen all of this like historical footage of animals that can go over the falls and survive, Dwight then tries to ride the horse over the falls, but then he bails. EMS like rescues Dwight, but the horse goes over, but the horse survives.
Yeah, it was a crazy storyline, and Greg shared that they did end up cutting this. But one thing Greg said in his interview really piqued my curiosity. I mean, there were so many things, but he said that, you know, this storyline wasn't cut until the table read, which is about 1 week before we started shooting.
Oh, yeah.
So we were very close to shooting, and this entire time, Randy had been prepping this episode as if a horse was going to go over the falls. And Greg even said, like, they went to Universal Studios and they saw a demonstration of a water tank and how the horse might fall into the water tank. And I was like, what? So I reached out to Randy Cordray. Angela, I have to share with you how much prep he did on this horse scene that was cut. I find it fascinating.
I still can't get over the fact that this horse story was a go until about 7 days before we shot.
I know. All right, here's the first thing that Randy said to me, and I'm going to quote him. He said, I have never been asked to create a scene of such complexity and magnitude. This was far beyond the scope of creating the rainy proposal rest stop, or throwing a fake cat into the ceiling, or adding a soccer ball careening off of Phyllis's head, or producing a Cloris Leachman Jack Black mini movie. I was fearful that our meager television budget was far too small to produce the needed quality to make this gag appear credible and, above all, funny. But he said, nonetheless, he moved forward as that was what he had to do. So he said the first thing he had to do was find a church in Los Angeles that could fit a horse through its front doors.
That's how we picked the church?
Yeah, because Roy had to come in riding a horse. So not just big enough to fit a horse, but fit a man on a horse through the front doors.
And I guess a man leading a horse.
Imagine that, Scout. Imagine that. Are you just measuring church doors? And then the people are like, what are you measuring for?
This makes the church choice make sense to me now because it was one level. There weren't like multiple steps you had to go up to get to the front door, and they had two big doors.
Yeah, for the horse.
For the horse.
All right. Then he went to Stargate International. They were our go-to effects company. He was going to have to create the element of rushing water. He was going to have Dwight on the horse riding into that rushing water, Dwight bailing off the horse and being rescued, and then like a series of the horse in various poses to simulate tumbling down the falls.
Oh my gosh.
And then Stargate would have to be able to composite all of these and put them behind Jim and Pam in the waterfall as they're getting married. Randy said the costs were astronomical.
I was going to say, I think our ending had to have been cheaper.
He said he reached out to Universal Studios backlot because they have a location there called Lower Falls Lake, which is basically that tank that Greg was talking about. It has an enormous green screen. It can be filled with warm water to a depth of about 8 feet. But in order to make the water churn, like to simulate the rushing water of the Niagara River, their plan was to chain 4 jet skis to the side of the tank, which would then run and create like a whitewater effect. So like, listen to everything. He's like, I need 4 jet ski drivers. Then he had to contact the animal service company to talk about the horse. And get this, I did not know this. Randy learned that you need a special stunt horse because horses actually don't like to walk in water on their own because they don't like to walk or run anywhere where they can't see their hooves. And he said when you see horses in a Western movie like dashing across a river, those are specially trained horses. So they had to like start that process immediately.
Yeah, that makes
That's
sense.
fascinating.
So we've got our jet ski drivers. We're training the horse to go into water.
I'm just stunned,
But
horse
for
girl.
the digital element of the horse tumbling,
Where does
he
that mean?
said
I don't
they
even
were
know.
gonna have to
No
put a
one knows.
horse
That's why it's
into
sexy.
like a green screen
Showing them
harness
short and curly's
and
kid.
then lift
Oh,
the
God.
horse on a construction
Oh, man,
crane
I'm
against the
like,
green screen and then have a
It's a
camera
yo-yo
crew like
ball.
shoot like 360 degrees
Look at
around
this
the
move.
horse
I'm so
so they
sick.
could then make it look like it was
Oh my
tumbling.
God, that's how good
Like
I
it
am
would be
at
a
the
visual
yo-yo.
effect. They would never tumble the horse,
Oh
but they
my
do have to
God.
suspend the
I'm
horse.
just
Sure.
hanging.
He said this also
Good.
required like many weeks of training and preparation to make sure that the horse was not stressed, that it was okay being lifted up.
So this whole time, yeah, there was a horse actor,
Right.
learning how to get comfortable in water and being
It is
suspended
Sunday night.
in a
Look at that
harness
baseball in my
from a
foot.
crane.
Yeah, that horse was prepping.
Oh, bless its heart.
Yes.
Okay.
Then Randy had to find a stunt double for Rain because obviously Rain did not want to ride a horse into a tank of rushing water and jump off of it. So they had to find a special stunt double for Rain, but he said they still needed close-ups of Rain's face, so they were going to have to do that facial replacement effect
Oh my gosh.
where they replaced the stuntman's face with Rain's face. All right, in the end, Randy estimated that this 2-part episode with the church and the hotel and the Niagara and the cast and the extras and the animals and all the horse stuff, it was going to be about $1 million more than our usual budget.
Oh my gosh.
And NBC said you can only have half that. And he was like, I can't do it all. Oh, on top of that, I forgot to tell you, Allison Jones told him David Denman is not available. He's shooting a movie in New Orleans. They will not let him leave. So they were also like trying to fight with this movie company to get David Denman out for a day so he could ride this horse into the church. Do you realize how happy Randy was when this gag got pulled?
Sounds
He
terrible.
must have like done a cartwheel down the hallway. Like I can't even imagine.
It did not matter. All of the time wasted prepping this, he was so relieved because he said that freed up the budget so that he could get John and I to Niagara to actually shoot on Maid of the Mist, which was what he wanted more than anything. And so he went back to NBC and he said, listen, if you have the budget for this horse business, you've got the budget to take these two and let them get married as they should on the boat with the real falls behind them.
Oh, so this whole storyline gave him leverage, as it turns out.
Yes,
NBC.
completely. So I hope y'all liked that because I was
story,
just like, oh my gosh, all this time all I was doing was like trying on different wedding gowns and, you know, that was my prep.
It just goes to show how hard our team at the office was always working every week. Unbelievable.
All right, well, let's move on to fast fact number 3, which I'm calling wedding buzz. Lady, the Jim Pam wedding was such a crazy pop culture event. It was such a trip to be a part of it. Entertainment Weekly called and asked John and I to do a cover shoot. The cover of Entertainment Weekly.
So fun. I remember those photos. They were so cute.
They had us in wedding attire. We're like smashing cake on one another's faces. It was crazy. Like when I was growing up, there was the General Hospital, the soap opera.
Yeah.
Luke and Laura were finally going to get married. And it was like on the news. Luke and Laura from General Hospital, they're getting together. That's what this was like. This was like Jim and Pam were everywhere.
You guys really were. And Jenna, when we were researching this episode, guess what I found?
What?
I found on YouTube video they filmed while you and John were doing your photos for Entertainment Weekly.
Oh my gosh. Is there anything we can say that we're not supposed to say? Can we tease anything? Something.
Jen is pregnant in real life because she's helping. Oh, you mean about the show things I shouldn't tell? Oh, God.
John.
Oh, man.
Gosh.
I'm not even showing yet.
No, I am. I'm wearing a really tight corset for this photo shoot. It's my big secret, which is that
You're that method of an actor.
yeah, I'm that method of an actor. I'm also getting married, and
But that was an internet dating situation.
I did put out an ad.
As soon as she found out Pam was having a baby, she said, "Who wants this?" Which I thought was a little crass.
No, that was Who Wants This. That was my
Who wants this? And then it showed you holding a baby. And then a lot of
Who
people
Wants
responded.
This. Yeah. I'll say Kevin goes through quite an ordeal at our wedding. How about that?
Yep. I'd say
And Andy as well.
that Michael's dating life is expanded beyond our wildest dreams.
That is very true.
Very true.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. It's a
Yeah.
good teasing. A tease.
Very good tease.
Ooh, teasing. I don't know what this is, but
That's what you do when you tease.
nice.
Aw, listen to that banter. I know. I'm going to put it in stories because it's so cute. You guys look so cute. Well, it's very funny to me because that is totally a representation of our personalities whenever we would be interviewed, which is that John is just making wisecracks and I'm like Midwesternly, earnestly trying to answer the reporter's question. Because the reporter had said, like, is there anything you can tell us about this episode? And I'm like, must answer question. And John's just like having fun. And it's so funny. That's always how we were in interviews.
And also, both of you had in your brain that you actually can't say anything.
Yes,
Greg would have told you guys, do not say a word about any major storyline.
I know. And so, like, John was so quick-witted, he could come up with a bunch of jokes on the spot. And I'm just, like, in my brain being like, what can I say? Is there something I can say?
Must compute. I also wanted to share that Joya Balfour, who worked at NBC Digital, once again came through for us here at Office Ladies, because she shared with me, Jenna, that NBC had built a whole wedding website for Jim and Pam. You probably remember that.
Oh, I remember it because they created, like, a registry tab. And as a joke, they had like 2 household items that they said were fulfilled. And then they had like a fancy sports car.
Yeah. So the original website was called halpertbeasley.com. That is no longer active, but Joya did send me all the archived images that they had for the website. I'm going to post it all in our stories. There was even a guest book entry, and Joya shared with us that the writers from the show, they're the ones that did all of the copy, all of the messaging on the website. But I wanted to read you a few of the website guest book entries.
Oh, I love it.
Congrats, you guys. Good to see Pam taking my sloppy seconds. Just kidding. Hey, hey. Guess who wrote that?
I believe that's Meredith.
That's right, Meredith Palmer. You're so lucky, Pam. Jim is going to be a very handsome groom. You're very, very lucky. Any guesses?
Okay, I think that would either be Kelly or Phyllis.
Phyllis! Ah! Okay, ready? I can't believe you're getting married before I am. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You are older. Congratulations!
Kelly, that's Kelly.
That's right. Congratulations. What color dress are you going to wear down the aisle?
Okay, that's Angela.
That's right. Okay. Some people think that buffets are cheap, but I actually prefer them over the small portions of a fancy sit-down dinner.
Oh, I don't know that one. Someone who's into food. But that feels like, is that like I don't know.
That is Kevin.
Oh, Kevin.
Okay, one more.
That could have been Creed. I feel like that could have been Creed.
Food related could have been Creed. It also could have been Oscar because he's kind of frugal, right?
True.
All right. Here's the last one. Pam, you are like a daughter to me, and Jim is like a son. I'm so proud that my son and daughter are to be wed. 'Tis a thing of beauty. Glory be.
I think that's Michael Scott.
That's right.
Aw,
You did really good.
I did. I know my wedding guests, I guess.
You really do.
Well, listen, lady, I think we should take a break, and then we will really get into this part 2 of Niagara. I've got a lot of cool stuff, I think.
Let's do it.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so
Shepherd pie.
delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's
shepherd
pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they could do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know what?
And I like it for camping.
It's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So
I like it
use
for
this.
Well, I like it for
hiking.
hikes. Here's
like
what
it
it
for
is.
hiking.
You get a little packet and you put it in your water. And then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
We are back and we open with Andy writhing in pain in her hotel room because Pam's the only sober person who can take him to the hospital for his torn scrotum.
Yeah, she tries to call Jim to help her, but he's clearly drunky Jim. Jenna, this was a much bigger storyline that would have really shown Jim's night and where he was at. In fact, there was a talking head where he explained their night of drinking, and I think you need to hear it.
What?
Yeah, in deleted scenes. Let's hear it.
A bunch of us decided to go over the border to Canada for one quick drink. So I'm in a car with Michael and Dwight. When we get to the border, Dwight refuses to relinquish his sidearm, so 40 minutes later, here we are.
Wow. Yeah. Greg said in the commentary there were more scenes of the guys' night out, that they even like get Oscar in and they're going to go to a club. Like it was a whole thing, but it ended up just being the scenes you see in the episode.
Oh, wow. Well, Pam does end up driving Andy to the hospital. And Angela, I just want to point out Pam's glasses that she's wearing. I thought this was a great callback to the fact that she wears glasses at all. And remember, we had the episode where she wears her backup glasses to work.
Thank you, baby.
But I think my question is, are these glasses better than her backup glasses?
Because I thought she looked cute. Greg said in the commentary this was like a big thing for Greg. He really, really wanted Pam when she wasn't at work or somewhere out and about that she wore glasses. And whenever you could see Pam with her glasses, Greg just loved it.
So funny. I loved wearing them. Now I have to wear glasses all the time, but it was fun.
I loved the scene between Andy and Pam. I thought it was hilarious when he was like, I was kind of doing your job. So, and she goes, my job? My job is to get married in the morning. That's my job. Data shared in the commentary that there were a lot of alternate takes where you guys didn't reference balls and scrotum so much, but that you ultimately used most of the references. And then Randy and her talked about the fact that our show pushed the standards and practices limit almost weekly. So I counted, Jenna.
Oh my gosh.
In this episode, we say scrotum 5 times, balls 1 time, and penis 1 time.
That's not very many.
I know. I was like, that's not that bad. It's not as bad as when Phyllis got flashed.
No. Well, ultimately, Andy is going to spend the night in Pam's room on her floor, and Michael is going to spend the night in the vending machine area.
Because Dwight has a lady, there's a sock on the doorknob.
Location alert, if you can call it a location. That vending machine area was actually an unused office at the hotel, and Michael Gallenberg's team had to dress it to look like an ice machine, vending machine nook. Here's my question. Where do you get an ice machine? Like a hotel ice machine? Like, who do you call? What is that? How do you do that?
I'll tell you what, if anyone knows where to get an industrial size ice machine, it's our team at the office.
Clearly. Oh, I want to say, I do believe that's filled with fakey ice.
Oh, it was. They said that on the commentary. It's fakey ice.
Yeah. Well, now we're coming up on one of my favorite scenes in this whole episode.
Is it Kevin at the front desk?
Yes.
Did you notice, and I know this was just Brian being Brian, how hard he hit that little ding bell? It scared the crap out of those ladies.
Kevin is looking for his shoes. He left them outside his hotel room to be polished. But the hotel manager, the amazing Nicholas Schaefer, who plays the hotel manager, he's so good, informs Kevin that they were so smelly that they made the decision to incinerate them.
It was a safety issue, Jenna. It was
That's
a safety
right.
issue. The only thing missing to me in this scene is Angela Martin in the background, smiling ear to ear, feeling so affirmed. She's been talking about Kevin's smelly feet for years.
Oh, Angela is delighted. She is so happy.
Somewhere she's so happy.
Well, the idea that they were going to have to burn Kevin's shoes because they were so smelly was our writer, Charlie Grandy. And my friend, Michelle Gunn, who played the front desk clerk, she told me that she improvised the line, "We can offer you a complimentary breakfast." But get this, Angela. Do you know how she got the idea to improvise that line?
No.
This is very similar to how you created Sprinkles. She was doodling on a Post-it note at the front desk as a bit of business, and she was writing "Come breakfast to room" on the Post-it note. And she said on one of the takes, Paul Feig just let the camera keep rolling for a really long time after the manager.
That's what they would do on our show.
Yes. So after the manager told Kevin that they burned his shoes, there was just this very long pause. And so Michelle saw her sticky note and said, we can offer you a complimentary breakfast. And then Brian improvised, okay. And she said it felt so good to be a guest actor on the show and get to contribute in such a fun way. She said our show was really special like that because she's been on other things. And she was like, you know, at this point she had done several scenes and she had been working with Paul Feig now for a couple of days. And she was like, I don't know, I feel like this would be okay.
I just love that. That just goes to show again how our show was so welcoming and such a creative collaboration, and I love it. Well, the next scene is Dwight wrapping things up with Isabel. She slept over in his room. Michael is waiting out in the hallway. This made me laugh so hard, Jenna. I got so tickled. As he walks up, Michael says, "It's about damn time. I haven't gone to the bathroom in a day and a half."
I know. I thought the same thing. I was like, you've been around a lot of restrooms. I mean, surely there's one off the lobby.
I think it meant he hadn't gone. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, he hasn't. Oh,
Yeah. He hasn't gone number 2.
Right. He hasn't had a private space.
He hasn't. And that just cracked me up. He's so grumpy about it. They then go to breakfast, and Michael is so disgusted. Look at how Steve looks at Rain as Dwight. It is so funny. Dwight is just shoveling all this food in his mouth. They shared in the DVD commentary that Phil Shea had like 100 pancakes ready to go. Because you know how Rain was in those scenes as Dwight.
He eats.
He was going to destroy it.
Yeah, like he would eat a lot. That was part of his like character thing. Remember when he ate all those bananas and he got sick?
I do. But then they just sort of made it part of who Dwight was. Dwight even says he's ravenous after a night of lovemaking. What about you? And then this is when we hear about Michael's European girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, boy.
I have some news. It's time to go to the church, and I've got a location alert. If you are interested in getting married somewhere in Sherman Oaks, California, and you need doors big enough to fit a horse, you can head on over to the Church of the Chimes on Magnolia Boulevard. We shot at this church on 2 different Saturdays. I mentioned last week we had to shoot on Saturdays because that was the only day that we could get every single guest star together in the same room at the same time. The little ready room that I get ready with my bridesmaids and my mom, that was one of the Sunday school classrooms at the church, and they just kind of redressed it to look like a bride's ready room. And I don't know if you remember this about the location. We kind of talked about this with Greg. We didn't have trailers on site. So we just all kind of hung around on that patio, and we talked about how Ed and Creed were playing music.
Yeah, Ed brought his banjo. I think Creed had his mandolin. They had a little jam session, and there was that grassy area. You see it in a few shots from the church scenes. And we just hung out there. It was really fun, and it's one of my fondest memories of the whole run of the show.
Now, do you remember when the paparazzi showed up?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah, they were trying to take pictures of me and John in our wedding outfits.
Yeah, they did. You know, the church is on a kind of a busy corner, and Randy talked about it, that it was hard to make it private because it was on the corner of an intersection. So guess what, Jenna? They shared on the commentary, and you probably remember this, that you and Paul Lieberstein decided to stage a photo.
Yes! Oh my gosh! Yes, I remember that. Yeah, we thought, what if we do like a fakey? We were going to pretend like we were shooting a scene, and we were going to have me and Paul dressed as Toby run out of the church holding hands as if we had gotten married or as if he was stealing me from the wedding. We even had the camera guys pretend to shoot us so it would look like we were shooting, and we wanted the paparazzi to take pictures of that so they wouldn't get a real spoiler.
Well, they did. You guys clearly ran out the front doors and you hugged. There's like an embrace. And I found the paparazzi photo that ended up in a tabloid.
No.
Yes, I did. I'll put it in stories. Fakey photo of Pam and Toby hugging. And it's really funny, Jenna, because on the internet, people were like, I'm sorry, why is Pam in a wedding dress? Why is she hugging Toby? What's happening?
Oh my gosh, that is so funny. I did not remember that part. I did not remember that it worked.
It did. At the church, everyone is arriving. Phyllis's outfit is amazing. Giant hat, many feathers. I mean, it's a whole like pink suit, hat, the whole thing. Mindy, I guess, had really wanted the character of Phyllis to go all out. Like she wanted a huge like fashion statement outfit, as if she was going to one of those big Southern weddings.
Well, speaking of going all out, Kevin shows up with his hairpiece, but then he doesn't have his shoes, and this is where we see that he has made shoes out of a couple of tissue boxes.
When he walks in and sits down next to Oscar and Angela, Jenna, we had so much fun at the scene. It is such a small moment for you to know it was so delicious. When my character looks over at him and goes, "Oh my God." And then Oscar looks at him. We just had a blast.
We got a fan question from Amy A. in Louisiana. Who came up with the idea for Kevin to wear tissue boxes to replace his shoes, and what were they made? So it was Greg who came up with the idea of Kevin using the tissue boxes, and they were constructed using extra large Kleenex boxes. And Randy Cordray said that's an actual thing. This was not a fakey construction. They just bought giant tissue boxes.
Why tissue boxes that big?
I don't know that, but they were fitted with flip-flops inside. So that's how they stayed on Brian's feet. He said we had to make about 10 pairs of them because they did get beat up pretty quickly.
Now you're going to see a bunch of little vignette scenes of everybody at the church. Michael has a talking head where he shares what he got Jim and Pam as their wedding gift.
I'm at a loss of words.
It's a painting. He made it himself. He did it from memory. Right? He also has another version of this painting where they're nude. He's keeping that for himself.
Right.
Awesome. What? But here's a little tidbit. If you go to 7 minutes 35 seconds during this talking head, you'll notice that the stained glass window behind him is totally dark. There's no light coming through it. But he's lit up so bright. It's because, you guys, we filmed this at night. But it was made to look like daytime. But you can't hide the stained glass. So if you look at the stained glass, there's no light coming through it.
We got a fan question from Molly S. in Bentonville, Arkansas, who is asking who painted Michael's portrait of Jim and Pam. Well, it was created by an outside artist. Steve did not paint that. This was commissioned by Phil Shea, and it was actually the same artist that made the clown painting that hung in Jim's childhood home.
Oh, really?
Yes. Randy said he is really bummed because he looked through all of his records and he cannot find the artist's name. So again, if you know the person or if you are the person who painted the clown painting and painted this portrait of Jim and Pam, we would love to hear from you. Randy also shared with me that there were 10 different versions of this painting that were made, all different. And then Greg picked this one.
That's that one guy.
And after we used it in this episode, Greg hung it in his office until the end of the series, and now it hangs in his home office.
Yes.
So Greg has it.
I loved all the scenes between Pam and her mom and her sister.
Oh, yes.
They felt so real. I mean, clearly Pam's mom was going through things. She's like, you don't have to go through with this. And then her sister's like, Mom, you're being a drag. You're projecting. But it just felt so honest.
I know. And then her friend is like, you know what? If you're good, I'm just going to go out and I'm just going to try to find Dwight. And Pam's like, wait, what?
Yeah, Pam's like, okay, wait, what? And then Chase is kind of after her to stop her, and her veil gets caught in like a door hinge thing.
Yes, we got a fan question about that. Rebecca R. from Sydney, Australia said, how many veils did you go through? I just love a deep dive on these kinds of costuming things.
Rebecca, so do we.
Well, I can tell you, this was very complicated, probably more complicated than I expected it to be, even as the actor.
It really was. They shared on the commentary that this was a 3-piece gag, okay? First of all, you have the moment before the tear with the veil.
then you have the actual tear, then you have the after tear. So to create these 3 beads, they had to use fishing line, special effects, a hook-like thing on the door to snag the veil. It was weeks of figuring it out and timing it. Kelly Cantley, our assistant director, had to wear the veil twice as they tested it out. And they said, Jenna, they were really thankful because you really sold it. You really played out that your head was sort of tugged in a different direction as you were moving the other way.
Yeah, it was crazy. We filmed the whole scene and I didn't tear my veil at all. And then they actually connected me to the thing, the fishing line and the hook. So I'm connected to it, but I'm pretending like I'm not. And then they sort of pull the thing and I pull my head. And sometimes the veil wouldn't tear. So then we had to do, what Randy said, a third time where they replaced my good veil that wouldn't tear with a torn veil to get the after effect of the torn veil. It was a whole thing. It looks seamless. It's sort of amazing how much effort it took to get that little moment. You know, we also got a fan question from Emily K. in Hugo, Minnesota. She's sort of asking me this question. Jenna, is the dress that Pam wore the style you would have picked out for her? I'm curious if there's anything you'd change about her look for the big day, and how many meetings went down about what you would look like. Oh, Emily. So many things.
So many meetings, Emily. So many.
So many. So originally, Alicia Raycraft, our wardrobe designer, and I, we had a little meeting, and we were going to have her design Pam a wedding dress because Alicia is an amazing designer. But then we realized that Pam could never afford a custom wedding dress. So we stayed with the rule that our characters can only wear what they can afford to wear. So what we realized was that Pam would do what most brides would do. So Alicia and I went to David's Bridal, and we had a budget, because, you know, the consultant is always like, what's your budget? We gave her a budget. She pulled a bunch of dresses, and I absolutely loved this one. I mean, I thought it was perfect for Pam. We really tried to approach it like the character would approach it. You know, she had this pregnancy that she's trying to hide, also that she has to make room for. So we got A-line dresses with a princess cut, and this had that little extra bit of what do you call that? Tulle or whatever in the front.
Yeah, fabric to hide.
Yes.
To hide.
Yeah. We were like, this is perfect. I tried the dresses on with my little pregnancy bump belly, and then I actually contributed something to Pam's wedding outfit, which is her wedding necklace. There's a really good shot of it at 8 minutes and 14 seconds in the scene.
Yoshi.
I had gone to a jewelry art show. You know those? Like an art fair, and they sell jewelry and art.
Are you kidding? I love an art fair in the park. Get out of town.
Yeah, and this woman was selling jewelry, and I loved this necklace, and it was made out of these crystals, and it had a meaning behind it where it was supposed to bring you peace and good luck. And when I saw it, I was kind of like, would Pam wear this on her wedding day? And so I brought it into Alicia, and she approved it. And
I love this so much.
And then we bought 2
Every
necklaces.
day on here, another.
Yeah, right. Because, we always have to have a double. So, yeah, that's the story behind
You're so cool.
Well, I think we should take a break.
Every day.
Jim and Pam are going to run off.
I know. It's true. And we'll have a lot to say about that.
So fucking funny. I can't, I'm shitting myself. Oh, that's West. That's great.
All right, we're back. And Pam calls Jim on the phone. And she's like, will you come meet me in my dressing room? And he's kind of like, is that allowed? Is that okay? She's like, I'm allowing it. You know, lady, I got curious about this. As this happens, about this tradition of not seeing the bride before the wedding.
Yeah. Did you look it up?
I did. It's totally sexist. Do you want to hear it?
Is it because there were arranged marriages and they didn't want guys to bail if they didn't find the person attractive?
That's 100% right.
That was just a guess.
Yes.
I think that's also why women had to wear a veil.
Yes.
And that's why you didn't lift the veil until after they said you were married. Okay, they also like made up the whole like, you know what? We got it. It's bad luck to see her before the wedding. It's bad luck. It was just like, it's totally made up. So anyway, everyone who's been worried about seeing your bride or groom before the wedding or being afraid that you've created some sort of bad luck, you're off the hook. You're fine. You can go ahead and take those pictures before the ceremony. It's okay. We also got a fan question about this little scene, Angela, because Jim is playing soccer. And Karen K from Pennsylvania would like to know, did Charles Minor's soccer obsession rub off on Jim? Because I was very surprised to see him playing soccer with the little boy on his wedding day. I thought this was such a sweet scene, and Greg shared with us that Mindy really loves romantic comedies, and she wanted this moment. She wanted Jim in the courtyard with like a young wedding guest, kicking the soccer ball around, you know, sort of that pre-wedding nerves, and he's out there just hanging out, and it was really important to Mindy. She wanted this moment. Well, lady, when Jim gets to Pam's room, she's totally crying. Like, she tore her veil. She thinks she looks terrible because she got no sleep. She's 5 months pregnant. She knows way too much about Andy's scrotum. Yes, she feels like, I don't know, this day is just not going how she wanted. I remember I had to really work myself up because I wanted this emotion to feel really genuine. And I mean, we filmed this scene so many times. I feel like I was crying for like 2 hours. It was like, I had a headache afterwards. Like, it was really intense day of acting for me. This scene is so beautiful. I thought you and John both crushed it. Well, it's in this scene where Jim is going to try to make things better by cutting his tie to kind of prove to Pam that this day can be perfect without everything being perfect. Right. It doesn't matter about the tie. It doesn't matter about the veil. It just matters they're getting married. And Greg shared in his interview that this was based on a kind of real life event of a friend of his. It's really sweet. And like I said earlier, we did a lot of takes of this. We wanted to get it just right. We ended up doing like 7 takes of this scene, but we ran out of ties. We didn't have a ton of ties, Angela. And so what we did was John would snip just the bottom of the tie, and then on the next take, he would go a little higher middle. So he just kept climbing up the tie. Yes. And if you look at 10 minutes, 6 seconds, you can see that the bottom of his tie is already cut off. It goes by really fast, but if you pause it, you can tell. Well, they decide to kind of elope in the middle of their wedding day. They run off. It's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Greg said in the commentary, that's a nod to the movie The Graduate. I can see it. And of course, right behind them is Meredith smoking a cigar. Yes. Now everyone is inside the church and they're just waiting. The ceremony isn't starting. Everyone has opinions. There are so many little vignettes here, little different clumpings of people being chatty, being snarky, wondering where Jim and Pam are. The cutest, I think, is Michael, who is very hungry, asked Pam's mom for a snack. Well, there are a few I want to point out. Number one, at 13 minutes, 9 seconds, when Dwight walks up to a sleeping Toby, he's laying down, you know, in the church pew. Mm-hmm. Did you notice it looks like Toby's in a coffin, the way it's framed at the top? I did not. Was that on purpose? I noticed that, and then when I listened to the commentary, that was on purpose. Paul Feig said that. So if you go back and look, I'll put it in stories. It cracked me up. Also, there were more, Jenna. There were way more scenes while we all waited for Jim and Pam. Did you know that Angela tells a joke to Oscar and Kevin? No. Oh, yeah, she thinks she's real funny. And she even talks about her inspiration for comedy. We have to hear it. Wait, do you two want to sit next to each other?
Was that you trying to be funny?
I saw the funniest comedian one morning. Her name is Kelly Ripa. She's unrestrained. She will say anything. Oh my gosh! Angela is a huge Kelly Ripa fan. Who knew? She's a huge Kelly Ripa fan, and when they had me
me talk about her. At the end, they wanted me to laugh and then just wave the camera off. Like, I'm so tickled, I can't even talk anymore. Oh my gosh. I love that. I completely forgot that I had done that talking head. Well, Pam and Jim are just going to arrive back at the church. They're blissful. Pam's veil is nowhere to be found. Her hair is up now. We're going to start the wedding processional. That's right. But all of a sudden, Jim's brother looks to the back pew in the church where Michael's seated. Michael gives him a nod. Jim's brother then signals to the organ player to stop. Then Jim's brother signals Dwight to get up. Dwight goes over to an iPod Shuffle, it looks like, some kind of device like that, and hits play. Yes, and now we are going to see all of Jim and Pam's family and all of their coworkers from Dunder Mifflin dance down the aisle to Chris Brown's song Forever. That is going to be intercut with footage of them getting married on the Maid of a Mist. We have this big, beautiful wedding montage. It's so joyous. Let's start by breaking down this dance number. Let's do it. This was the idea that they had to replace the horse. And I am so glad they did, because this is so cute. This dance was a remake of a viral YouTube video. This couple, Jill and Kevin, danced down the aisle at their real wedding along with their wedding party, and our writers saw it and they thought, this is what we should do. We should redo this dance video, because they thought Michael would see this and this would be something he would think is super cool to recreate. And I guess in real life, couples were recreating this viral video at their weddings. Oh yeah, everybody knew about this video. Everyone had seen it. It never fails to make me smile. And Greg shared in the commentary that the cast in particular really wanted to end on an up note for Jim and Pam. Yeah, we wanted it to be a happy day. They had had so many things thrown their way. And this joyous moment really checked everyone's boxes. I found the original website for this wedding dance and the real couple. The woman, Jill, is now a forensic psychologist and associate professor of criminal justice. Her husband, Kevin, is an immigration attorney who owns his own firm in St. Paul, Minnesota. Their video has over 100 million views. They have a whole website dedicated to their video. And they said that when they did it on their wedding day, it was a total surprise to everyone in the church. The pastor knew, but no one else knew. And they only posted it on YouTube because they wanted to share it with the friends and family who couldn't come to the wedding. They did not intend for this to be shared widely. It was also during a time on the internet and YouTube in particular before we understood how things could quote unquote go viral. Yes. They said within 48 hours of posting their video, they were flying to New York to be on the Today Show. That it was just a total wild ride. They also said that they had no idea that we were going to recreate it on The Office. And Randy Cordray said we did not call them or tell them. They said they just saw it on TV. They said they nearly passed out when they saw the episode. They were fans of The Office. But after the episode aired, we did send them a big photo of the cast dancing down the aisle that we all autographed. And Jill has it in her office at work today. And I think the coolest thing about this couple, I have to say, they're still married. They have 3 kids now, 2 boys and a girl. And they used the popularity of this video to raise over $70,000 for charity. And so if you go to their website, they have a place where you can donate. So we're going to post all that, because they are a pretty cool couple. They really are. We tried to find you guys. We tried to reach out. We wanted to talk to you today. We sent you an email through your website. We did. If you maybe don't check it that often, but we're in there. We're in there. We just want to say thank you for sharing such a special part of your wedding that brings joy to so many people, including Office fans. Paul Feig shared that the background performers that filled out the rest of everyone attending the wedding, the attendants and all the different pews, they were having so much fun watching us. He didn't even give direction. It was just pure joy. They were laughing and cheering. and he just let everyone's natural reactions play out. Veda shared that her and Paul Feig both began to cry when they watched us all dance down the aisle because there was just so much love and happiness in that moment. I feel it whenever we watch it.
You know, I have to say, I was really bummed because Pam is at the back of the church the whole time. So I did not really get to see that until it aired. I could just see you guys from behind, so I couldn't see your faces. And I remember thinking, John is so lucky that he's at the front of the church.
Oh, I had never thought about that, lady.
Yeah.
I remember standing back there with you before it was my turn.
Yeah.
Well, Marianne Kellogg, who choreographed Cafe Disco, also helped choreograph the dancing down the aisle. Parts of it were choreographed and part was like freestyle, you know?
Yeah.
A little bit of a combination. I remember talking to Paul Feig about Angela Martin, and we both sort of felt like she wouldn't dance in a church.
Yeah.
But yet she would want to participate if everyone was participating. She wouldn't just be sitting in a pew watching. So I said to him, what if Angela Martin walks down clutching her purse? Because I also don't think she'd leave her purse unattended.
These are great details.
Yeah. So he really liked that. And so that's why Angela Martin just walks down the aisle looking at everyone holding her purse.
We got a fan question from Peyton H. in Vermont who said, how many takes did you do to get this right? You guys, it was one take. Randy Cordray shared with us that because this was such a last minute idea and we had so little time at the church, we only had enough time to do this dance scene twice. We could do 2 takes of it, but everybody nailed it on the first take, so we moved on. I was also in touch, lady, with Tug Coker, who plays one of Jim's brothers, and he has a crazy story about doing this dance sequence. So here's the thing. We did one full take, like one running long take of this, but within that, we did several takes of each bit.
Right. We would reset really quickly depending on who was in the aisle.
Yes. So Paul Feig, I guess, told Tug, here's what I want you to do. I want you to dance down the aisle, and then once you're off camera, run around the back outside of the church, through the courtyard, back to the front of the church, and go down the aisle again.
That's right. We had to do that, you guys. As soon as we did our individual pass, then we had to run back so we could do the group pass.
So Tug said he did a couple of laps where he just danced individually down the aisle, and then they would hold, and he would run, and he would do his individual dance down the aisle, and then he would run. And he said, and then he also had to run to get into the group formation. He said, well, one of the times when he turned the corner from the courtyard, he slipped in his dress shoes and he just wiped out in front of the whole cast. He said he almost took down Ed Helms.
Oh, no.
He said he was in a lot of pain. He went to the doctor and found out he had badly sprained his wrist. He had to get a splint after we wrapped the episode.
He must have been really hurting.
Yes. He said he fell and he did that thing, you know, like where you're like, I'm fine. I'll just continue dancing down the aisle. But like as soon as the take was over, he like went to the doctor and he was really hurt. So when we got back in touch, he was like, Jenna, when you get to the Niagara episode, I've got a story. You gotta hear this story. And listen, lady, Tug wasn't the only person who wanted to tell us a story about dancing down the aisle at a wedding. We also got some fan mail from Kate S. in Virginia. Here is what she said. I have been waiting for this episode to tell you ladies this great story. I was a bridesmaid in a wedding where the bride wanted us to dance into the reception like the office crew danced down the aisle at Jim and Pam's wedding. The other bridesmaids were not really into it, but being the office lover I am, I knew this was my moment to shine. I started by walking like Phyllis. Then I broke into Oscar's pivot. Then I wanted to do the infamous Dwight kick, but my foot slipped and I fell immediately forward. My face broke my fall.
Oh no!
She said I was so embarrassed I jumped right up, ran to the dance floor behind everyone,
And as soon as the bride and groom came out, I ran to the bathroom because my face was covered in blood and I was missing my front tooth. Oh my gosh! But she said it was all for the love of the office. Oh my gosh. Kate, you waited so long to send us that piece of mail. I just had to read it. I am so sorry. But thank you. Thank you for sharing with us. Jenna, I feel like Kate needs an office lady's coffee mug. I mean, she lost her tooth. Yes, yes. We have to send Kate a mug. Kate, we're sending you a mug. Thank you for your love of the office. Big hugs. Well, while all of this dancing is happening at the church, they cut back and forth between the church and Jim and Pam getting married on Maid of the Mist. It just makes the whole moment that much more special. I loved it. I know. Lady, let me tell you now about the Maid of the Mist. We kind of covered this a little bit with Greg, which is that we could only rent out the front of the boat. The rest of the boat was filled with paying customers. The other thing was that we were in no way allowed to change the course of the boat or the length of the boat ride. So before we went out, Randy and Randall and Paul Feig had all scouted this boat trip. They rowed the boat over and over again to see exactly when they wanted Jim and Pam to exchange vows, to have the falls in the background, how long we had before the boat would turn, everything. They sort of estimated that to cover it all, we would have to take 8 boat trips. So they also realized that depending on the time of day, there would be spray coming off the falls. Like some times of day, or depending on the wind, you got more spray. So when you get on the boat, everybody wears those like blue parkas. They give them to you with your ticket. Right, like the ones you get at Disneyland. Exactly. When it's raining, everyone has their poncho on. Exactly. So they were like, okay, we'll have them wear their little ponchos. They'll take them off to go get the boat captain. That's super cute. They had it all figured out. Randall was like, listen, I am going to need to shoot on a film camera because the white falls are like really white. I'm not going to be able to color balance on a digital camera. That was like a whole extra thing, you know, to shoot on film instead of digital. But anyway, we were so limited in the number of people we could have in the front of the boat that Greg asked Randy Cordray, our line producer, to play the minister, the boat captain. So that's who you see marrying Jim and Pam, and it warms my heart to see him. I just love it so much. I do too. It makes me so happy. But we also had a bunch of family members of our cast and crew in the front of the boat with us. Greg Daniels' assistant, Mary Wall, is from the area, and her family volunteered to come ride the boat. That's right. If you listen to the DVD commentary, Mary is pointing out, she's like, that's my cousin, that's so-and-so. Like her whole family was in it. Also, Kelly Hannon, who is one of our writer's assistants, her family rode the boat. And then the craziest thing was that Brian Baumgartner's parents, Bruce and Sherry, happened to be on vacation in Rochester, New York, and they told Brian they were going to visit Niagara Falls the same day we were shooting. This is so crazy. They actually just had this planned, unknowing that we were going to be there filming. Yes. And Brian was like, well, you should stop by the set. So he texted us, and we were like, oh my gosh. And then Paul Feig talked them into coming on the boat with us. They did not know what they were getting into. They are directly behind Jim and Pam as you guys walk on the boat. Yes. So let me just say, as we get out there, they warned us, you might get a little wet. Lady. As we took our first trip to the falls, we're getting closer, a little bit of spray. All of a sudden, like, I don't even know what to call it, like a tidal wave of water. Like sheets of water hit me. Similar to the water cannon that hit me when I was an extra on the Universal Studios Jurassic Park ride. Just like so much water. Kelly Cantley said on the DVD commentary, Jenna, it looked like someone took an enormous, full, giant tub of water and just
doused you with it. She said they could not believe how drenched you got in a matter of seconds. You were drenched.
I will never forget John Krasinski's face after whatever that was hit me, that spray hit me. I knew how wet I was because of how he was looking at me. And he sort of turned to them like, are we, I mean, can we,
is this, she looks like someone just tossed her over the side of the boat.
yes, my makeup was running down my face. So they just shot us from behind. And actually, for that trip, and you know that beautiful shot at the very end of the montage where my head is on John's shoulder?
Yeah.
That is because I could not turn around.
Because you were so soaked.
I was so soaked. So they brought us back to shore and they dried me off the best they could, like on the side of the shore. They sent us back out again. The same thing happened again. They were like, oh no, I don't know what to do. I guess this is what we have. Finally, in the afternoon, we went out again, hoping like maybe, like it'll be drier this time. And Randy got to talking to the real boat captain, who was like, your actors got pretty drenched this morning. And Randy was like, yes, but we were told that you cannot change course at all. So we're going to deal with it. And the boat captain said, who said that? I'm the captain of this ship, and I'm a huge fan of The Office. I'll take you anywhere you want. What? And Randy was like, wait, what? And he was like, that's right. He goes, I just won't get so close this time.
So he like stopped the boat so you were out of like the splash zone.
Yes. And that is how we ultimately were able to get a dry take. So crazy, right?
Well, it all worked out because it's such beautiful footage.
There's one thing that did not work out.
What?
We got a fan question from April End in South Bend, Indiana, who noticed, what's with the cheek kiss after the Maid of the Mist ceremony? Did you notice that on Maid of the Mist, John kisses me on my cheek and not my lips?
Yeah, I do. And I was like, why don't Jim and Pam want to kiss? What's happening?
I will tell you, John Krasinski had a terrible flu. Like, truly, you guys, he was running a fever. Like, he showed up in hair and makeup that morning, and he was like, you know how, like, you're all clammy and glassy-eyed when you're really sick? That was John. He was having a hard time keeping food down.
Oh, my gosh. And I'm sure you guys were like, we only have one day here. What do? You have to rally.
We had to shoot it. First of all, to John's credit, you would never know he was sick. He was so amazing. He was such a trooper, but he was really, really worried about giving me his flu. And he was kind of like, I am not going to kiss her on the lips and give her this flu. That is terrible. I won't do it.
And I'm sure you were like, thank you.
I was like, okay, but we didn't know, like, what are we going to do? So in editing, Claire had the idea that she would cut from the kind of fakey cheek kiss to a really good, real kiss back at the church ceremony. And we just kind of hoped no one would notice.
It's true, though, because everyone is waiting for that magical kiss after they say, I do.
Yeah.
And the church one is such a good one. This all leads to this beautiful talking head by Jen. Greg shared with us that he's signed the talking head with Danny Chun. It's so lovely. I think we should hear it.
I bought those boat tickets the day I saw that YouTube video. I knew we needed a backup plan. The boat was actually plan C. The church was plan B. And plan A was marrying her a long, long time ago. Pretty much the day I met her.
And Claire Scanlon, our editor, shared that she fought really hard to keep this talking head in. And she shared maybe if it would have been one of the guys, it might have gotten cut because everyone did think the wedding ended on such a high note. But she just loved this talking head. And I think it's so great that it stayed in.
I get goosebumps every time. I just absolutely love it.
And once again, our writers did that amazing thing they do where you go from this incredibly sweet moment to Kevin putting his feet in the ice machine at the hotel.
And then to Michael and Pam's mom sneaking into a hotel room together.
What? And
watching this episode. Thank you once again to Greg Daniels. Thank you, Tug Coker, for your wonderful stories.
Yes, and as always, Randy Cordray, oh my goodness, thank you for all the details you shared with us. And Joya Balfour for hooking us up with Jim and Pam's amazing wedding website.
And be sure to check our Office Ladies Pod Instagram account, because we're going to be posting a bunch of fun stories to go with this episode. And if you listened to this a little late, just a reminder, there is an Instagram account called Office Ladies Stories. And the woman who runs the account will go and save our stories for us. We are so grateful.
Yes, and that's it for Niagara. We'll see you next week. We hope you have a great one. Love ya.
See you then. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everyone.
Good morning, or afternoon, or nighttime.
I like our intro. This is our new intro. Today, we are here to talk about Mafia, Season 6, Episode 6. And Ange, you and I were kind of texting back and forth about some fun, what would you call them, asides, mini deep dives that we went on as a result of this episode. And you have one that I was like, don't tell me anymore. Don't tell me anymore. I want to hear it on the podcast. I can't wait.
I have one that I just dipped my toe in, you guys. There's so much more to it. I actually bought a book about it.
Your own deep dive led you to now buy a book?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what happened with Clementine Paddleford.
I have her book.
We became obsessed.
I know.
Oh my.
How about you hit us with a summary and we'll get into it?
Well, I'm going to tell you that this was written by Brent Forrester and directed by Dave Rogers. And my summary is this. Michael is visited by an insurance salesman whom Dwight and Andy convince him is a member of the Italian mafia. Michael then feels pressured to purchase a very expensive insurance package that he does not need. Meanwhile, Kevin takes over Jim's office because Jim and Pam are on their honeymoon.
In Puerto Rico.
Yes.
But everyone keeps calling them. We'll get to it.
Yes, they do. And Kevin accidentally cancels their credit cards.
Amazing.
All right, fast fact number 1. I reached out to Brent Forrester. We always love to hear from Brent.
Oh, Brent is so fun.
Like I said, he wrote this episode, and he was very interested in discussing the tone of this episode, which he pointed out is a little different. Here's what he had to say.
I wrote the Office episode called Mafia, considered now a minor comedy classic, but it was controversial at the time of shooting. Why? Because what makes The Office great is this tone of naturalism, realism, groundedness, and this episode pushed in the opposite direction tonally. The whole premise is farcical. Michael Scott believes an Italian-American insurance agent is a mafioso. That's farce. Then we added Ed Helms dressed as a mechanic in order to justify putting a wrench into a restaurant. things got tense
Once
on
upon a
set
year
between
left
the guys
the
behind
show,
the camera, the director Dave
much
Rogers,
better.
and me. And the guys in front of the camera, Steve Carell,
Much
Wayne
bigger
Wilson,
than
and Ed Helms, who had to play this material as real, very, very challenging.
So I remember this tension. The guys in general did not love when we pushed into farce. There was always a lot of pushback from all of us in the cast. We just loved that early season realism more than anything.
Thank
Well, you
you.
know, Jenna, I know some of the bigger storylines, and particularly with Dwight, would crack us up, right? Like we could get on board with some of the big storylines. But when the whole entire storyline was so absurd, that's when it was harder, I think, for us, because we needed the balance of like the smaller, like just like run of the mill daily work life mixed in with something crazy. But this was kind of just crazy start to finish.
It's funny because in this rewatch, I have loved these farcical storylines. I mean, remember when those guys all put on fake mustaches and they went to Utica to steal the industrial copier?
Yes, I was cracking up.
I mean, I also feel like if you go all the way back to the injury and Michael grilling his foot on a George Foreman grill, I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily farce, but that's definitely very broad.
Yeah, I just think the difference for this one is it was the whole entire storyline. Oh, your cat is here. Hi, Sunny cat.
Sunny is just
Wait, I wish I could take a picture. I wish I could take a picture of this. This is so cute. Jenna's cat is like
hey,
the whole
Sunny,
screen.
how are you? How are you? On the microphone. He's just come for a visit.
What is so funny is I just saw his tail go through your plant around the corner, and then there he was. So
I know.
cute. This is our life right now, you guys, with like the minimum occupancy in studio is I'm here and Jenna's in her closet.
With my cat. He
Your
sits
cat.
in my office most of the day with me, so he wanted to say hi. But yeah, I mean, you're right. It was more of a side storyline, but the injury was like, that was, you know, he's asking Pam to rub butter on his foot. I don't know. I have to say, in the rewatch, I love these storylines. And by the way, I'm also noticing that it's coming on the heels of what Jen Salata was saying last week about how her storyline in the promotion was so dramatic. And it really goes to show like how much influence an individual writer and their script can have on the tone of an episode.
Oh, 100%. And also the characters they write for.
Yes. All right. Well, speaking of storylines, my fast fact number 2 is all about a deleted storyline in this episode, which, by the way, this deleted storyline would still show up in the episode description on Netflix. It's still there on iTunes as well.
You're kidding, because it's not in it at all.
Not in it at all.
I was surprised, Jenna, when I watched the deleted scenes. It's the whole entire runner of the deleted scenes. It was a big storyline.
Let me tell you what it is, because, I had a reaction.
Yeah, you did. Sure.
Erin was supposed to be cleaning Pam's watercolor, her famous watercolor that Michael bought from her art show. She sprays the glass with this cleaner, and then Creed kind of distracts her by chatting her up, and the spray seeps under the glass, and the watercolor is ruined.
Yeah.
Erin destroys Pam's watercolor while she's on her honeymoon, was the storyline.
If you watch the deleted scenes, you watch it melt. Like all the colors, like slide down to the bottom of the frame. And I literally went, like, I forgot it was in the story at one point.
And then there's another deleted scene where she asks Kelly to help her fix it. And Kelly's like, oh yeah, I can do watercolor. But what Kelly does is she like adds a rainbow and a sunshine, but the painting is still totally melty. And then in the end, Erin calls Pam on her honeymoon and says she ruined it. And Pam has this line where she says, you know what? I will be mad at you about ruining my painting when I get back. Stop calling me. Tell people to stop calling us.
Mm-hmm. There was a scene that led up before she ruined her painting. I'm going to save it. I'm going to share it when it would have happened in the episode, okay?
Okay.
It sort of set up why she even started cleaning it in the first place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. but I think it will make more sense if I bring it up where it would have occurred.
I like it. After we read the script in our table read, which is the week before we're meant to shoot it, as soon as I started reading it, I got hot inside, like you heat up, and I could barely focus on the rest of the table read.
You had a physical reaction.
I did.
You flushed, like your cheeks were red.
Yes. I waited till after the table read, everybody left, and this was unusual. I did not normally stay after a table read and give my feelings.
No. In fact, we usually had to scooch out because we had to go to hair and makeup to get back to set.
Yeah, to go back to shoot. But I was like, listen, you cannot destroy Pam's painting. You can't do it. It's the heartbeat of the show. It's on the wall. It's her relationship with Michael. It's hope. It's so many things. You don't understand. You can't make this a gag. And Paul Lieberstein was like, I think it's funny. What are you talking about? And it was a battle. I was like, no, I don't. You don't understand. You cannot do it. And I called Greg. I made my case to anyone who would listen. They shot it anyway. They were like, I'm sorry, it's staying in. We really like this gag. We think it's great. We like it.
So wrong. They were so wrong.
Lady, after we shot it, I went into the edit bay and I was like, you have to take this out. You have to take this out. I appealed to Dave Rogers. I appealed to Brent Forrester. I would not shut up about it. Finally, in the end, they took it out. They took it out, and I was so relieved. But you'll see next week, there's not Pam's watercolor on the wall because that was the week they were editing and still deciding. So if you look, Pam's watercolor is missing for a couple of episodes, and we just sneakily put it back on the wall without saying anything.
Oh my gosh, so for those episodes, there's no painting because you were still pleading your case.
Yes, but I would not give up. And then, listen, the whole series ends on Pam's watercolor.
I know, and I couldn't imagine it ending any other way. That made me bawl my eyes out.
I know. And you better believe that I marched right up to Paul Lieberstein when I read that ending of the finale, and I was like, Paul, do you see now why Aaron couldn't destroy the watercolor? Do you see?
You held on to that for years.
Yes.
Well, I'm so glad you did because it represents such a tender moment between Michael and Pam, and it is the hope. It's hope. It's hope in a frame.
It's hope in a frame. I wish I'd said that.
It's hope in a frame. You're welcome. Oh, man. Well, I'm really glad you fought hard for it. I knew you didn't want it to be destroyed. I remembered all of that. I did not remember how hard you had to fight for it.
Yeah. There were two things in the series that I fought hard for. I would consistently fight that there be no infidelity in Jim and Pam's relationship. That would often get brought up, and John and I would go say, no. And this was the other thing. Don't destroy the painting.
Yeah. Well, Jenna, the amazing Randy Cordray shared with us that the whole destroying of Pam's painting was considered a mini stunt.
Oh.
Here's how they had to do it. Our special effects coordinator, Mike Thompson, created what the special effects folks call an A-B reaction. It's where two different substances are inert and non-reactive until mixed together.
Oh, I remember that from chemistry class.
I was going to say, you didn't know we were going to have a little bit of science today. The A substance was pre-applied over the watercolor. It dried clear and was not visible. The B substance, a reactive, also clear liquid, was what Aaron sprayed. There were minute openings in the top of the frame to allow the B liquid to run inside the glass. And when the B chemical reacted with the A, it changed the colors and achieved the desired result of the gag, which was the watercolors melting. He even sent us a video of their practice run, which we can put in stories.
Oh, then so people can see the melting of the watercolor.
Yes.
Wow.
But I thought that was so interesting. Look what all they had to do to make this moment happen. Ultimately, I'm glad it did make it in the show, right? But yeah, pretty cool to see what all they had to do.
Gosh, it's sort of like a very mini version of
everything Randy was doing to get a horse to go over Niagara Falls. Oh no. You know, like, how do I make this happen? And then, oh, we actually cut it out of the episode.
Right.
All right. Well, fast fact number 3, we have a very big guest star this week, Mike Starr as Angelo Grotti. You guys might remember him from Dumb and Dumber. He had a scene-stealing role.
Oh, yeah.
He has been on Chicago Fire, The Young and the Restless, Ed. He was so great. He was the nicest man.
So nice. And he's just been in everything, you guys. Everything.
He's a total pro. I found this interview he did, and it was so cool. He grew up in Queens, in Flushing, right near Shea Stadium, which is by where the Mets play. But in the interview, he said he was a Giants fan. He's married and has 2 kids. His wife is a surgeon. And he kept his family in New York, and he would travel to be an actor. He just got bit by the acting bug and created this life as a working actor, but also raising his family on the East Coast. And he said he just goes where the work takes him. And I don't know, it just sounded so cool.
Again, another example of how lucky we were as a show to get these amazing actors.
Well, that's all I got, lady.
Well, I have something from my Kinsey Digital Clutter.
Oh, these are my favorite segments.
I'm telling you, I think I need to sting this, like, Angela's Digital Clutter. Because I have so much.
We do need a digital clutter sting, I agree.
Here's what I got. We filmed this in September of 2009, so I went digging in my digital clutter, and I found an email I wrote from set while we were filming this episode.
Oh.
I sent it to 2 of my friends, and this is what it said. Hey guys, so I'm in the background of a bunch of scenes today, so get ready for random emails with ridiculous links. And then I attached a link of like animals doing crazy things. Okay, right? Animals being silly. One of my friends was at work when she received this, and she responded and said, "Sorry, Ange, but work is super busy here today. Can you please forward all the funny emails to my personal account instead so I can check them later? Thanks." Oh. I was pretending to be at work, but just surfing the internet, blasting one of my friends who was really at work, and she was like, can you stop?
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
It made me laugh. There you go. That's a little something from my digital clutter for the week we filmed Mafia.
I mean, I feel like this could be a new segment on the podcast. I'd be willing to turn fast fact number 3 into Angela's digital clutter every week. These are wonderful.
I don't know if it's always going to come through, but
well, that's part of the appeal. Will it pay off or won't it?
We'll see.
We should try. All right, I'm assigning that to you next week. Fast fact number 3 is Angela's digital clutter.
Okay.
That might be because I already started prepping it and I don't have a fast fact 3 yet.
So. Oh, I see how it is.
Shit.
All right, why don't we take a break and then we'll come back and break down this episode.
Awesome.
Sure.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water. And then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. Well, we are back. We're in the conference room because Michael is discussing the fundamentals of business.
Yeah,
He has written on a dry erase board, handshakes, small talk, shut up and sell.
Yeah, he invites people to give suggestions for small talk. He really likes Meredith's idea, and he says, come on up here. She says the weekend. He's like, that's great. Let's riff on that. Get on up here, Meredith.
That's right. They start to role play. Michael's like, so Meredith, how was your weekend? What did you do? And Meredith says, well, I caught my son taking a dump on the upper part of the toilet. He calls it an upper decker. And Michael's like, oh God, okay, just go sit down.
That made me laugh out loud.
It made me laugh too. And I remember when we were filming this, we all cracked up. And I went and looked in the shooting draft. That line is not in there.
The upper decker line?
It's not in the shooting draft. This is what was in the shooting draft. Meredith says, I caught my son doing my fur coat. I had to shave off one of the sleeves.
Oh!
Michael's like, gross. So I texted Kate. I said, Kate, did you improvise the upper decker line? I mean, come on, where did that come from? And she said, no, Paul Lieberstein whispered it in my ear after the very first take.
Oh my gosh! That just goes to show you that when Paul Lieberstein was in the background of a scene, he was still writing the show in his head.
Right, he was pitching jokes. And the rest of us had no idea what he whispered in her ear. So when she said it, we all heard it for the first time.
Oh, brilliant!
They would do that to us, you guys, and it would send us all into fits of giggles because we were ready and prepared for the crazy line about the fur coat, right?
Right.
And then all of a sudden we get hit with the upper decker.
I want to point out that at 49 seconds, you'll get a real good shot of the fact that Kate is wearing that Nanette Lepore vest again. This is the 3rd time now.
Jenna, I noticed that too. The woman loves that sweater vest.
It's a very expensive sweater vest. I'm telling you, I was working with a stylist at the time, and it was like $200 back then. How does Meredith afford this vest?
I don't know, but she wears it a lot, so she's getting her money out of it.
She is. Well, the role play doesn't work. And Michael's so frustrated. He's like, God, I could fill a book with the stuff you guys don't know about business. And Ryan's like, go write it. Write a book.
Yeah. So Michael immediately goes into his office. He starts dictating his book, The Fundamentals of Business by Michael Scott, 1 billion sold, more than the Bible. Chapter 1, The Businessman. And then he stops talking. Yeah. I got curious, as happens. I was like, how many copies of the Bible have been sold?
I would think a lot.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, it's so many that even if Michael's book, The Fundamentals of Business by Michael Scott, sold 1 billion copies, it would not be more than the Bible. The Guinness Book of World Records estimates that more than 5 billion copies of the Bible have been sold. The Quran has sold approximately 800 million copies, and the Book of Mormon has sold around 120 million copies. They used, I guess, historical records and a variety of other sources to get those numbers. But I couldn't stop there, Angela. I had to know more.
What else is there to know?
So the top-selling books in general are religious texts. But I needed to know, what is just the top-selling fiction book?
Okay.
What is it? It is Don Quixote by Cervantes, and it was published in 1605. It has sold approximately 500 million copies, and it has been translated into 145 languages.
I had to read Don Quixote, by the way, in my college Spanish class.
Oh, well, you are one of the 500 million copies sold.
I am.
But you know what else is up there, lady?
What?
Another one you've contributed to.
What?
Lord of the Rings.
Oh!
Yeah.
I believe it.
Yeah.
People love stories about a journey.
I guess they do. It's true.
Well, I have something to share about this scene.
What is it?
I was very curious what was in the shooting draft about Michael's book, if there was more. Oh, because he just pauses and looks off into the distance, right? And then it cuts away. And I was like, was there more? Here's how this moment read in the shooting draft. Michael, is talking into the recorder. Yeah, he says, The Fundamentals of Business by Michael Scott. There is a long beat. Chapter 1. The murderer walked into the garden worriedly, not happily. It was the happiest day of his life. He was going to space. Long beat. Chapter 2. That made me laugh. I'm sure they did a whole bunch of alts, right? I bet there was a bunch of candy bags for this one, but that's what was in the shooting draft.
Well, now we're going to get into the meat of this episode. Michael arrives to work, and there's a man sitting on the reception couch, waiting to see him. Aaron has allowed this. Michael's not pleased.
Michael is so bummed. He's like, you have to protect my creative space.
Yeah, I mean, she was like, well, I thought this could be part of your creative space. And he's like, just push creative space to the afternoon. What did I have? And she's like, free play. He's like, push free play to tomorrow.
What is his schedule?
I don't know.
Well, this insurance salesman, Mr. Grotti, begins a presentation. Michael's so bored. He has a talking head where he says there's nothing more insulting than listening to a bad salesman. It's like a good basketball player listening to a bad basketball player. And right after this talking head would have been a pretty important deleted scene for the Pam watercolor fiasco.
Oh!
It's between Aaron, Stanley, and Meredith. It's in the kitchen. And it kind of feels like Aaron is stirring the pot a little, like she has some resentment to how long Pam has been on her honeymoon vacation. But guess who gets her back? You'll never believe it. Let's hear it.
Man, doesn't it seem like Jim and Pam have been gone forever?
Gives a crap.
Well, I'm just saying, it's great that she has so much time off. It's unusual. Not at all. She totally deserves time off her honeymoon. And then I guess for her maternity leave after that.
Teacher, Pam hasn't been in class this week.
Backstabbing a pregnant woman.
No, I'm just making conversation. We can talk about anything. Meredith, I saw your son's tag on the bridge. Wow, He's so great with his spray can.
Look, we're never gonna be Pam. We're always gonna like her more. Deal with it.
Oh my gosh! They kind of both have my back.
They do. I mean, Stanley's like, you're backstabbing a pregnant woman. And then Meredith, of course, is like, we're always going to like her more. This would have gone on to another scene where Toby approaches Erin at front reception and says, hey, you really shouldn't be talking about people's time off from work, you know? And she's like, I didn't say anything. I like Pam. And then Toby is like, Erin, and is like really stern with her. And all of those little moments led up to her then trying to prove to everyone she really likes Pam. She's going to clean her painting.
Wow. Oh my gosh. See, now I did not remember that stuff. I just remember I obviously was very focused on the destruction part. I didn't get into the motivation part.
That's right. I'm still glad it's all gone because it also makes Erin seem petty, and I think it was the right choice. I'm glad you fought for it.
Yeah, I agree. It feels a little out of character for Erin to be, you know,
Stirring the pot.
yeah.
Well, after this, there's a scene in accounting that sets up a very funny storyline. There was actually more to it. Oscar and Angela are working. Kevin's phone won't stop ringing. They both are looking over at him in Jim's office. He's like eating M&Ms with his feet up on the desk. Angela is staring daggers at him. And Oscar says to her, you could have had Jim's office if you thought of it. And Angela says, I did think of it. I just didn't act on it. And then we cut to Kevin's talking head. That explains why he's in Jim's office. It's because he went in there to fart.
Yeah. Which I have to imagine Angela is grateful for.
Well, there's that. There's that. During Kevin's talking head at 3 minutes, 5 seconds, I caught something, Jenna.
What's that?
I got so excited about this moment, I let out a yell, and Josh was in the kitchen. I was in our family room, and he was like, what's going on? And I'm like, it's Kevin Malone's desk plate, his name desk plate.
Yeah, that we talked with Brian about. I saw it too.
This would have been the only time anyone would have seen it because it was facing out.
Yeah, he put it the right way.
He put it the right way. In accounting, it always just faced himself.
I noticed a few other things that Kevin brought to Jim's desk. He brought a Coney Island mug, his M&Ms, of course, and an arena football. I thought that was so interesting. I don't think those things are normally in Jim's office.
No, he's clearly moved in. It's hilarious. Never said, what are you doing? Why are you in Jim's office? In the shooting draft, it called for a lot of B-roll footage of Kevin in Jim's office. And there was a whole bunch here that they filmed that we didn't see. I'm going to read it to you. He's sitting at his desk. He starts flossing. He yawns, then falls asleep with the floss in his mouth. He's also wearing his toupee. Later that day, Kevin is napping with his shirt off, scrunched up under his head like a pillow. He has pulled his toupee across his eyes. This is like, he lives there now.
He does.
There was so much B-roll.
Well, he says he likes it better than his own home.
He does.
Well, Andy and Dwight are watching this meeting go down in the conference room, and they have decided that the insurance salesman is a mobster. Oscar is kind of like, guys, not all Italian Americans are in the mafia.
This scene would have continued, but it was deleted, where Oscar looks around the office for support. He says, who else is here right now? Angela? And Angela says, I didn't see anything. I'm not getting involved. Oscar's like, where's Toby? He's desperately looking for anyone with a voice of reason.
Well, it's interesting because when I was trading messages with Brent, he said that this Oscar talking head is the premise of the whole episode. When they were thinking about why this could happen, how could it be that these guys could go so far down this farcical road? They thought it's because the balance of reason was off because Jim and Pam were gone. Since this is the premise of the whole episode, I thought we should hear it. This is Oscar's talking head.
Awesome.
Pam and Jim are on their honeymoon, so there's not the usual balance between sane and others. Toby has mentally checked out since June. It's a very dangerous time.
a coalition for reason is extremely weak.
It's perfect. I love it. I do want to point out one thing for my background catch people. I'm wearing pants in this episode.
Really?
You can barely see it, but in the scene where Oscar is pleading to the bullpen to be reasonable, I have my hands in the pockets of my pants.
Wow, pants and
Pants and pockets.
the coalition of reason.
I know, but she doesn't want to get involved. I've seen nothing. I will not get involved.
So now we're in the bullpen, and everybody is weighing in on whether or not the insurance guy is in the mob. And Ryan is kind of talking about the different mob families. He's like, it's Gotti. Gotti is the mob family, not Grotti. And they're like, oh, no, that's perfect. He changed his name. He changed it. And Oscar's like, why would he change his name? That weakens it. And Dwight argues that it's actually brilliant because R is one of the most menacing sounds. And he has one of my favorite lines. That's why they call it murder and not muck duck. It's all too many words and sentences for Michael. He goes in his office. I had gotten a fan question from Andy M. in Fort Wayne, Indiana, whoop, whoop, my birthplace, who wanted to know who wrote Dwight's line about muck duck. Was that Rain improvising? I laugh so hard every time I watch this scene. Okay, it was written and it was intentional, and Brent sent in an awesome audio clip about it. Take a listen.
Someone asked about the punchline. It's murder, not muck duck. That is a word nerd joke. Some of you word nerds may know that in the 1800s, writers had this philosophy that some letters were more powerful than others. The letter R was considered horrifying, which is why Edgar Allan Poe has his raven saying nevermore. So many R's in it, it's so horrifying. Now, comedy writers think of the K sound as being a comedy magnifier. That's because it's a plosive. K, D, and T are plosive letters that apparently add power to words, which is why George Eastman, when he founded a photograph company, named it Kodak, a fake word that he felt would be powerful. This is a word nerd joke, or as John Krasinski would say, a Brent joke, as in, that sounds like a Brent joke.
I love that explanation.
I did too. Jenna, when I heard Brent's audio clip, it reminded me of this great panel that I saw. It was all of Sid Caesar's writing room, and they were interviewed. It's still on YouTube, and I went back and watched it last night. It's Mel Brooks, Sid Caesar, Carl Reiner, and Neil Simon, and they're talking about what is the funniest number. And they tell this really great story of how in their writer's room, they spent hours debating what is the funniest number. It's so great. I'm going to put it in our stories when I post for Office Ladies Pod this week, because it's just the same thing Brent is talking about. It's like a group of people debating on what sound is funny.
What's the answer? What's the funniest number?
Well, they had a debate about it. There was a story they tell where they thought the number 32 was funny. And then Neil Simon thought 23. But it was like this debate. And the funniest part to me about it is the debate. And then I went on to read online that some comedy writers believe the number 37 is funny. It's like an odd prime number.
I think they're all wrong.
What do you think is a funny number?
9. 9 times. 9 times. Whenever I'm embellishing a story, I'll be like, I stood there for 9 hours. 9.
Mm-hmm.
I think 9 is funny. I think it's a good punch.
Do you know what I say?
What?
50.
Oh.
Yeah, like I was there 50 freaking minutes. I like all the F's.
Yeah.
It's a really great video, though. It just is that moment that you and I love, where it's a group of like really funny people brainstorming about the most ridiculous things.
That sounds like our writer's room.
You know, this whole episode, I couldn't stop thinking about, was there a local mafia in Scranton?
Yeah, like how realistic is this that this guy, because I thought that too. I was like, it's Scranton.
I know. So I typed into Google Scranton, Pennsylvania mafia.
And this is what you texted me. You're like, I did this Google search. And I was like, say no more. Wait till tomorrow.
Okay, so I'm going to share with you guys. When I Googled Scranton, Pennsylvania mafia, this is what came up. There was a northeastern Pennsylvania mafia
it was known by several different names. The Buffalino crime family, also known as the Pittston crime family, the Scranton Wilkes-Barre crime family, the Northeastern Pennsylvania crime family, or the Scranton Mafia. Oh! It was an Italian-American mafia crime family based in northeastern Pennsylvania, primarily in the cities of Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, and Pittston. It is believed it's no longer active, but lady, one name kept coming up as I researched the northeastern Pennsylvania crime families. What name? The Silent or Quiet Don, known as Russell Buffalino. I guess he really made his mark in the Italian-American Mafia in the mid-20th century. He ruled the Buffalino crime family from 1959 to 1989. He was a cousin of the attorney William Buffalino, a longtime counsel for Jimmy Hoffa. Huh. Stay with me. At his most powerful, Buffalino had operations in Cuba. He was the largest supplier of ammunition to the U.S. government and had close ties with the U.S. Congress. It is rumored that he helped the CIA in their 1961 plot to assassinate Fidel Castro. Oh my gosh! I know! Listen to this. Apparently, Buffalino introduced Frank Sheeran to the leader of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Jimmy Hoffa. Who's Frank Sheeran? Exactly, who was Frank Sheeran? Frank Sheeran is the guy who supposedly years later killed Hoffa. Oh! But for years, they worked together. In fact, this is how his job interview went, Frank Sheeran with Jimmy Hoffa. It is documented that it was over the telephone. Hoffa was in Detroit, Frank was in Philly. The first words uttered to Frank by Hoffa were, "I heard you paint houses." This means, I guess, you whack people. Oh, because paint is the blood, that splatters on the wall. And then Sheeran replied, "Yeah, I do my own carpentry too," which meant I get rid of the bodies too. Oh my God. I know. And then Frank got the job. And then he painted Jimmy's house. Yes, he did. Because years later, Buffalino started to see Hoffa as a loose cannon and as a liability, right? So he thought he had to be taken out. This is the basis of the movie The Irishman, directed by Martin Scorsese. Wow. Joe Pesci plays Russell Buffalino. Joe Pesci plays the Scranton mobster guy? Yes, the Quiet Don. Robert De Niro plays Frank Sheeran, aka the Irishman, and Al Pacino played Jimmy Hoffa. There's so many books about this crime family. So that is very interesting, but there is one thing that I did not hear in your breakdown. What was that? And that is any insurance selling. Yeah, exactly. Buffalino was not in the insurance business. And it sounds like this crime family had left Scranton by 2009, which is where we are now. Yeah. But there was a history. So maybe that is making them nervous, this history. Also, Michael probably watches too much TV. Oh, for sure. For sure. Oscar doesn't know what to do because it's spiraling out of control. So he calls Jim for advice. And Pam says he shouldn't be calling them unless someone close to them is in danger and hangs up. They're on their honeymoon. We got a fan question from Stephanie K in Kansas City, Missouri. Jenna, did you and John basically just get the week off work aside from the phone calls? No, we did not. John and I were in Niagara. We were filming the Maid of the Mist scenes. Oh my gosh, poor Randy Cordray. He must have been juggling so much. He had 2 shoots, 2 full shoots happening at the same time in 2 different states. Yes. So during this week, our script supervisor, Veda, read Jim and Pam's dialogue to the actors on set. And then when John and I got back in town, we came in and we recorded the audio for our side of those conversations, with the exception of one scene, which was recorded with John there on set. I'll tell you when we get to it. Okay. All right. This made me think, Jenna. Did you and Lee get any work phone calls on your honeymoon? No, we did not. Right? Josh and I, we didn't either. Here's how many Jim and Pam got. I broke it down per the shooting draft. Oscar, Aaron, and Kevin call Pam.
Oscar and Michael call Jim, that would be 5 calls from work, but none of them were actually about real work.
In one day.
In one day. How many did they get the other days?
I don't want to know. Michael's in his office. He's received a follow-up email from Grotti. Dwight and Andy are really in his head now because Michael kind of like hones in on this one little phrase in the email and takes it to be like a threat. I actually paused and I transcribed the email that Grotti sent.
You did?
Yeah, because the only part that Michael reads out loud is, I feel you will regret. And they really like spiral. But let me just, for context, read you the whole email and imagine like you're Oscar reading this email, okay?
Okay, you're a voice of reason reading this email.
Yes, it says, Hi, Michael. It was a pleasure meeting with you to discuss our company's insurance plans this morning. I'm sorry you felt no need of any insurance coverage at this time, and I feel you will regret missing this great opportunity to be in business with Mutual of Harrisburg. Hopefully you'll reconsider and we can discuss our policies again in the near future. Sincerely, Angelo Grotti. I mean, that's boilerplate.
That's just a business email.
I feel like Michael could have written that same email to someone who didn't want to buy paper. I feel like you're going to regret missing out on these great prices.
Right.
But keep us in mind for the future. Maybe I'll check in the next time we have a big sale.
Right. That's in theory that Michael uses his computer at all other than, you know, to store Post-it notes.
That's right. Well, these guys decide, for whatever reason, that Michael now needs to meet with Grotti, but not alone. They'll all go, and they're going to let this guy know that Michael cannot be pushed around, he cannot be bullied, and he's not going to buy any insurance. Period.
Yeah.
Period.
Period.
Even though he's already not buying any insurance, they're going to meet with him to tell him again that he's not buying any insurance.
Ridiculous. I would like to point out in this scene, Michael has the healthiest plant in the whole entire office. 7 minutes, 46 seconds. He has a massive tree. He has a tree in the corner of his office.
Is this new? Have we never seen this? What's going on?
I don't remember it. I was shocked when I saw it. Where did this tree come from?
I don't know. By the way, my peace lily is really doing great, and it brings me so much joy. I could not be happier.
I'm so glad.
Truly.
I'm so glad. I love plants.
I know. Listen, lady, I think we should take a break. Because when we come back, the guys are going to have lunch with Grotti, and there's so much to say. I need a snack first. Maybe I'll have some gabagool or something.
All right, let's have some gabagool. We'll be back. All right, this next scene starts out in a parking lot where Michael and Dwight are waiting for Andy,
This guy talking on
who's
the
dressed
phone?
like a mechanic named Pat, with
He
a tire
keeps
iron, which he
saying
calls
this.
a tire thing. Yeah. And, you know, Dwight and Michael are like, why are you dressed like that? And Andy's like, basically, the tire iron can be a weapon, but he had to dress like a mechanic, so it makes sense why he has it.
I just want to point out that this man came into our office, sat on reception's couch, which is a direct line of vision to Andy's desk. He had to pass by Andy to get into the conference room. So I guess Angelo Grotti is not like super present in the moment. Like he makes no connection that he has ever seen Andy before. He completely buys the fact that Andy is a random mechanic who has come to this lunch.
I know.
I just want to say,
Yeah.
it made me laugh.
Here's a little couplet of dialogue that when it was said, I thought, Rain improvised that, right?
I know what you're going to say because I checked too.
Yeah. So Michael says, let's go. Come on. And Andy goes, should I change? And Dwight goes, you're wearing loafers. Michael's like, forget it. Forget it. Not in the shooting draft.
Not in the script. I've got a location alert for you.
Let's hear it.
These guys are going to go to the Garlic Press restaurant. That restaurant is fictional. We made that up. However, when I Googled it, I did find a restaurant in Texas called the Garlic Press, and the menu looked amazing.
It reminds me of that restaurant we used to have here called the Stinking Rose. Oh, yes. And everything was garlic on the menu. Every single thing had garlic.
I remember that place. Well, we shot this at a place called George's Bistro in Valencia. I believe it has since closed, but it was a local Italian favorite. And it was located in the Gateway Village Shopping Center, which is where we filmed all the parking lot scenes. So inside the restaurant, they have this scene where Andy sits down and Dwight comes back from the bathroom, because he was scoping the place out. He brings back a roach.
He brings back a roach motel with a roach in it.
Yes. And then Andy hits the roach with his tire iron. All right. Brent sent in an audio clip about this one. It's fascinating. Here you go.
The creative tension in the shooting of Mafia peaked in that scene in the Italian restaurant when Dwight goes into the bathroom to look for a gun behind the toilet, a la The Godfather. He comes back and he says, "No gun back there, just this." And he tips up a roach motel and a roach falls out on the table. And in the first take of that, Ed Helms spontaneously, unscripted, smashed the roach with his wrench. After the take, the director, Dave Rogers, and I ran onto set and we said, "Oh, that was so funny. Do that again in the next take." And the actor said, "Oh, no. Ed will not be doing that again. This has become a cartoon." And for 8 more takes, Ed never again hit the roach with the wrench. But if you watch the episode, Ed hitting the roach with a wrench is what ends up in the cut. Now, what is going on here is the earnest search by talented comedy people to find that balance between what Greg Daniels, the show creator, would call the plausible and the comical. If there's too much plausible, it's not funny. But if there's not enough plausible, it's silly. And the search for that is not easy, nor is it doable even by good people in real time. There's a certain trial and error element to finding comedy tone.
So when I heard this clip from Brent, it really made me think about how much trust you put in your director and editor. And when you don't have that trust there, it can make you as an actor not try things. And we did have that trust on our set. And so Ed tried this moment, and in the moment, it didn't feel right to them. So they were like, "We're not going to repeat it." And we would do that all the time. I would try a reaction to something, and I would be like, "Oh my God, no, okay, no, not doing that again. That was like not the right thing." And then you just kind of, you hope everyone agrees and it doesn't end up in the cut. But then ultimately, sometimes you're wrong. Like, it was the right thing to try. And I just love how our show had all those checks and balances, I guess.
Yeah, me too. I thought it made perfect sense. If a cockroach is on a table, all of a sudden you're going to try to whack it or shoo it off or something.
Yeah.
So that reaction felt very natural to me. It's probably why he did it in the first take, because it was a natural instinct. And I love that audio clip. There's one thing that keeps coming up for me when I hear Brent's voice make a passionate plea about a joke or why something stayed in the episode or the process. He's reminding me a lot of a youth pastor we had at church. He's very passionate. I hear this cadence in his voice that is reminding me of a Sunday worship service a little bit. It's a compliment, Brent. You're very passionate. I'm riveted by your storytelling. While the fellas are at the restaurant, Jim's credit card company calls to verify some charges that seem out of the ordinary. There are charges in Puerto Rico, and this has caused a red flag at the credit card company.
Yes, so they call Jim's office, and Kevin answers the phone. He manages to give Jim's information. They think he's Jim, and they're like, "Well, you're obviously not in Puerto Rico, so we're going to go ahead and cancel the card."
Not just any information. He finds the home address and the last 4 digits of his social security.
Well, lady, at 9 minutes and 51 seconds, as Kevin's shuffling through all these papers to give away Jim's information, I noticed something. He has a word search fun book open under all this paperwork. And I thought to myself, is this a character thing or is this a Brian Baumgartner thing? Because I know Stanley always did his crossword puzzles and that tracks for me, but I don't imagine Kevin is sitting around doing word searches.
Are you kidding? That is so not Kevin.
So I was wondering, you sat with him, Angela. Did Brian do
like word searches in his free time in the background. Do you remember?
Mostly over in accounting, he was on his computer surfing the internet because you could not see his screen. He was very lucky.
I know.
Right? He never got reprimanded for his computer screen. But I imagine over in Jim's glass box, he was visible in so many different ways that maybe he had to do something to pass the time.
Very interesting. I thought it was fascinating.
As I watched the scene, the only thing I could think of was, why, Jim? Why would you leave such personal information just laying about your desk?
I agree.
Why not tidy up a little bit? Put that stuff away before you go out of town.
Your check stubs. People are going to see what you make. You think that's not going to cause a stir?
I agree.
Trust no one in that office. Back at the restaurant, when Grotti arrives, he makes them change tables. And I absolutely loved his bit when he says, "Is this the table you've chosen? It's a half booth, half table. It doesn't know what it is." It made me laugh so hard. I went to the script and that little couplet wasn't in there. I don't know if it was something on the day or if Mike thought of it, but I love describing that table as in not knowing what it is. But a waitress is going to come and take their order. Wow, if you do not make Grotti's order exactly how he wants it, he is going to send it back.
Michael is fascinated by how Grotti orders. He's taking mental notes.
He is. And, you know, the whole point of this lunch is that Michael's supposed to seem intimidating. So he's going to try to give a very intimidating lunch order, and he's going to order gabagool. But the waitress doesn't know what he's talking about. He's like, gabagool. Andy knows.
Teaches about
Yeah, gabagool. They don't have it. What is gabagool? I didn't know.
I only knew it from one place.
Sopranos.
The Sopranos.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, I looked it up, and thank you, Esquire. They wrote an article called "What the Hell is Gabagool, and Why Does Tony Soprano Talk About It All the Time?" I found an audio clip online where somebody stitched together all the times they say gabagool on Sopranos. Let's listen to it.
Gabriela says we down here for the gabagool.
Tony gabagool, Grandma, something with fat and nitrates.
Gabagool. Like forward ham, salami, gabagool. Taking the gabagool and out of the fridge.
Let's get back to that gabagool.
Gabagool. It's from a slice of gabagool. The gabagool.
Okay. Clearly, Michael watches The Sopranos as well. I Googled it. Gabagool is a cured meat. It is known formally as capicola, and it is made from pork shoulder. It's kind of a cross between a sausage and a prosciutto. You would find it on like a charcuterie board. Gabagool is kind of like a shorthand for saying capicola, where you just sort of garble it. This is what the article said, that it's like, instead of saying capicola, you say gabagool. That's it.
It's so interesting because Tony Soprano's anxiety attacks were triggered by meat. Remember?
Yes. Yeah. What isn't in that audio clip that we played were all of these additional scenes of him just standing in the fridge eating gabagool. He would often get up in the middle of the night and eat it. And then he would have an anxiety attack.
Well, ultimately, Michael can't order gabagool because they don't have it. So instead, he says he'll order spaghetti with a side salad. If the salad is on top, he'll send it back.
Yeah.
If the salad is on top of his spaghetti.
Yeah.
In the shooting draft, the scene continues. Andy is also going to order. Here's what Andy orders. He would like a ham sandwich on white bread with mayonnaise and some Lowry's salt.
Oh!
Lowry's seasoning salt on top of his ham sandwich.
I love a Lowry seasoning salt on top of some salmon before you grill it. I mean, you can really put it on anything.
You really can. I wouldn't think to put it on ham.
Oh, why not? I think it would be great. I mean, ham's already a little salty, but I really think you can put it on almost anything.
I don't disagree.
Oh, I just saw this fan question from Kimberly W. in Fort Worth, Texas. It's going back to gabagool. She would like you to know that Black Cat Pizza in Fort Worth, Texas has a special order, gabagool pizza. And I looked it up.
What's on it?
It's their take on a meat lover's pizza, and it has capicola, which is gabagool, pepperoni, soppressata, spicy Italian sausage, a bunch of peppers, mozzarella, and provolone on a marinara.
It's 11:15 here, and I'm now hungry.
Oh, I know. I wish. Well, you also love a charcuterie.
I do. I mean, it's,
It goes with the cheese that you love.
I love it. Oh, I read today's National Cheese Day.
What?
Yeah.
It is?
I know.
Oh, I'm going to put that on my calendar for next year because I want to be the friend that sends you cheese on National Cheese Day.
That is some serious BFF territory. I love you for it.
Oh, wait, we got another fan question from Izzy T in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who wants to know who played the waitress. I think she was very funny. I agree with you, Izzy. She was played by Deborah Poete. I hope I'm saying your last name right, Deborah. She has been on, oh my gosh, Parks and Recreation, Grey's Anatomy, Strong Medicine, and she's also a theater producer. She won a Drama Desk Award in 2011 for producing the play Four Places.
Awesome. Well, we have another guest star alert because a woman and her child are going to approach Andy because he's dressed like a mechanic. Her car won't start, and she needs his help.
Yes, that woman was played by Ray Latt. The son was played by Tucker L. Breezy. And, she's going to regret asking for Andy's help because he kind of blows up her car.
Oh my gosh, he clearly knows nothing about cars. He even says, you know what, I have a great guy that can help you.
Randy told us that to make the battery spark and blow up in the scene was another special effect engineered by Mike Thompson. He used squibs, which are electronically ignited devices that spark, and they also used an electronically triggered smoke generator, and he also sent us a video of them testing the effect. You got to put it in stories. I love how they have to test this stuff. They're not just going to hand Ed some electric things and make it blow up. Somebody has to test that first. But just in case you find yourself with a dead battery, I am going to tell you how to jumpstart a car.
Oh.
I feel like our rabies information really helped some people. And so I'd like to offer this for you all.
Okay.
So you're going to need a car with a battery that's working, and then you'll have your dead battery car. Before you start, make sure both cars are off. Then you take the red clamp, which is positive, and you clamp it on the dead battery. Start with dead battery first.
That's right.
Then attach the red clamp to the positive terminal of the working battery. Then stay where you are, clamp the negative, which is the black clamp, to the working battery, and then complete the circle by clamping the negative to not the battery, but to any unpainted metal surface of the dead car. You don't go battery, 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 battery. Then start the working car.
Then start the dead car.
Right. Then remove the cables in the reverse order that you attached them, and you have to keep the previously dead car running for several minutes, or you can drive around for like 15 minutes, and then your battery will be recharged. So, positive, positive, negative, negative not to battery, turn on cars.
One of my friends in my early 20s out here, when you move out here and you're just at the very beginning trying to start out, his car was a bit of a clunker, and there were a few times we had to do that after performing at comedy clubs. We'd be like, does anyone have jumper cables?
Oh yeah, me too. I found out why Andy had the problems he had.
Insights and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. This is Jacob Emrod. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher.
This must be a mother or father's daughter dance or something, because why?
No charges have been filed.
These people look too old.
They endeavored to Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or good invitations, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. I'm attorney Gary Kapinowski, founder of 1-800.
It's my girl.
Reminding you to exercise
Drink.
your right to
I'm getting palpitations just talking about it. Okay? I mean, I said to Ron the other night, I don't know if I can watch him anymore. Come on. And then, you know, my no good bitch sister-in-law, yeah, she had the pipe in with, oh, you guys know they do this every year. First of all, who the hell are you? Here, she's from Boca. Okay? Talking shit about our team. No, I don't think so. No, she thinks she's all fancy now wearing nose in the air with her family. They don't have a pot to piss in, okay? Yeah, so I says to her, listen, kick rocks, all right? Go Birds. The birds are going to drive me to drink. I'm getting palpitations just talking about it, okay? I mean, I says to Ron the other night, I don't know if I can watch him anymore. Come on. And then, you know, my no good bitch sister-in-law, yeah, she had the pipe in with, oh, you guys know they do this every year. First of all, who the hell are you? Here, she's from Boca, okay? Talking shit about our team. No, I don't think so. No, she thinks she's all fancy now wearing nose in the air with her family. They don't have a pot to piss in, okay? Yeah, so I says to her, no, she thinks she's all fancy now wearing... They don't have a pot to piss in, okay? Yeah, our team. No, I don't think so. No, she thinks she's all fancy. Nose in the air with her family. They don't have a pot to piss in, okay? Yeah, so I says to her, listen, kick rocks, all right? Go Birds. The birds are going to drive. The birds are going to drive me to drink.
Yo, dog.
I'm getting palpitations just talking about it, okay?
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Just ahead, astrologer Susan Miller joins us to talk about the year ahead, so get ready when we come right back. This year could be a roller coaster year. How will your hard-earned savings fare? You already see the impacts of inflation at the pump. The grocery store and the dollar continues to lose buying power quicker than wages can increase. And how are you protecting your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been the choice of investing for central banks to hedge against inflation. Now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of Birch Gold. Simply text the word COAST to 989898 and Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold without paying an extra penny out of pocket to do that. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of satisfied customers who can trust Birch Gold. Text COAST to 989898 for your free info kit, and again, text COAST to 989898 now. Personal safety for you and your family is a year-round priority. If you haven't developed a plan,
What's up, Pam?
burn on less lethal pistol at the top of your
I give it less lethal pistol.
A burn-up pistol is a reliable
Alright,
self-defense weapon that has formidable stopping power and
stick this shit in your pants.
Burn-up provides
Chill. I remember
and rock-hard kinetic rounds that can shoot attackers for up to 40 minutes. Do you work the night shift? Make sure you have protection to and from. Florida is the solution everyone can get behind. Legal in 50 states. No permits or background checks required. Must be 18 years or older. I personally own the Florida SB launcher, a great compliment to my firearms. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using my firearms proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Bruna.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's BYRNA.com/George. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Susan Miller with us, internationally known astrologer, author, columnist, entrepreneur, pioneer of the internet. She's the founder and editor of astrologyzone.com, created back in 1995. She's ahead of her time. She's the author of 17 plus astrology books and the Year Ahead 2024 astrology calendar. People love Susan's philosophical style, as well as her accurate, comprehensive, and insightful reporting of planetary trends. She is recognized worldwide for her astrological writings outside of the box in the areas of business, technology, lifestyle, culture, and economy. Welcome back to Coast. If I had a drum in here, Susan, we'd be beating it for you.
Oh, pleasure. Hi. I didn't expect such a long introduction. Thank you.
How have you been?
Oh, well, I had a scare in September when I got an eye infection and went completely blind for 10 weeks.
In both eyes or one?
No. Well, the other eye, I can only see the E on the chart, and it's fuzzy, so for all practical purposes, I couldn't see anything. But I'm back.
Your sight came back, thank God?
Yes, it was an infection. And actually, they get rid of the infection within 2 days. It's the inflammation that follows the. I've learned a lot about the eye, probably more than I ever wanted to know. But your eye is kind of made out of jelly, and when you have cells that have died, they kind of float around, and it's hard for your body to get rid of them. So it takes time, but I did put in the time. But for a writer to lose their eyesight, but luckily I had written summaries for, so I could still publish, and they were very comprehensive, and nobody complained except maybe just one or two letters. I was very lucky. The readers understood, and I'll be writing along again as I do.
Oh, that's great. Well, thank God you got your sight back and things are getting better.
Yes, sight. No, to lose that, to lose everything.
Were you scared?
No, because I trusted my doctor and I said lots of prayers.
So the doctor said once the infection goes down and the inflammation goes down, your sight's going to come back.
Yeah, well, he said after 3 weeks he could see my retina. In the beginning, he said it was like a snowball. The bad cells were falling off so fast that he couldn't see the retina or the optic nerve, and they were a little nervous about that. And he said, God, I hope you can take all this. But I did. He said, you're strong enough in terms of health that I was able to survive it. So
you were last with us in January of last year, 2023.
Yeah.
And that year turned out to be so-so for a lot of people. What do you think?
There were several things. When I first looked at the year, because I write my calendar, so I'm looking at every little pore of the year, I said, where are the sparkly days? Where are those little shots of happiness that usually are sprinkled throughout the year like confetti? You get them here, there, and it just motivates us enough to work harder, but we didn't have them. And I've never seen a year so devoid of these wonderful little days. Also, we had some very severe eclipses, and they uprooted people, and those were tough. Because Uranus, which is the planet of shock, and he's called the great awakener in astrology, and he does wake you up, I'll tell you that. But he was in a bad spot, and the people who had the hardest time were Taurus. Well, they had the protection of Jupiter, but they had these hard eclipses, Taurus, Scorpio, and Leo, Aquarius. They had other good things going on in their chart, but they didn't like the eclipses, and those were in October, November, and in April, May. April 19th, May 5th, October 25th, and 2 weeks after that was around November 11th or 10th. And those were hot spots of the year. The new eclipses are much more gentle, much easier to endure.
We've got one coming up on April 8th, don't we? A good one.
Well, yeah, I'm really excited about that. I don't know if everybody knows about it. It's a total eclipse of the sun, and usually eclipses happen in Asia or Africa or somewhere else, Australia. This one is just the United States and Canada, and it starts down in Texas. Let's say El Paso. You can actually Google it, to see what the path of totality is. And it goes diagonally across the United States up to Niagara Falls and beyond. But you can see the exact path, and people are making reservations in hotels to experience it because it will go totally black, and the animals get all, I don't know, they start making noise, they get a little scared.
Right, and you need to wear special glasses.
Yes, you must never look at an eclipse without them. And not your sunglasses that will protect you. They're special and precious. They'll start selling them pretty soon on the internet.
How many people don't know that? And I'm just going to stare at it.
Well, this one's going to be all over the news. And so I think and radio too. I mean, we'll just tell everybody lots of times, The last time we had one was 2017, August 21st. But this one's going to be more dramatic than that one. And then, not again in America, I think for 10, 15 years. It'll be a long time. And but you just go on Google and just say, what's the path of totality? Like I live in New York. Right now I'm in LA, but I live in New York. We'll only get 92%. If you're not in the path of totality, you won't get the whole blackness that the other people will. Now this is a new moon eclipse, and new moon eclipse usually opens a new opportunity, and it's in the sign of maybe it's Aries, yeah. So this is entrepreneurial, new businesses, new things, new ideas get going. And sometimes you have to give up something to take the new, because it eclipses out of your life. But, the people had it last year, April 19th, but it wasn't not as total as the new one. So it's kind of interesting, right? I love them.
Susan, give us your overview of 2024. It's going to be a presidential year.
Well, the finances are made.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me explain this, because when Jupiter and Pluto meet, these are the two big financial planets. They meet every 13 years. Well, they were meeting 3 times in 2020, right during the pandemic. But we didn't know a pandemic was coming. I mean, when I was looking at it in 2019, I had no idea it was even possible to experience what we all went through. So anyway, I thought, prosperity, money will flow. You're going to see lots and lots of money deals, and people will have money. Well, they did, but not in the way I saw it. It was the trillions of dollars in stimulus checks, which all governments did, not just America. I don't know if people know that all countries did that. Well, then last year, in this cycle, when you get a conjunction like that, that's the beginning of a cycle. So just think of 12 o'clock where the two hands are on the clock of 12. Okay, now the one hand moves to 3, and the big hand stays on 12. So that's a square. That's the edge of the table. That's 90 degrees. That's an obstacle. Okay, we have to go back to what was going on with the government and the stimulus checks. And on May 17th, 17th, they reached a pinnacle. So turn on the news. What's going on today? Now you feel it's before the day and after the day, but it's the pinnacle. The 17th. Kevin McCarthy was meeting with President Biden, and they were tweaking what they had done earlier, giving out all those checks, and the Republicans wanted, an adjustment. And that's exactly what they were doing. I thought, it's amazing how accurately this works. Now, the universe runs like a train station. But here's the really good news. On June 2nd, Jupiter and Pluto are friendly again, and in the best possible angle to each other. Oh boy, is June 2nd good. The market should be good all through May, leading to June 2nd. You'll even get some heat from the fire, even after it's reached its pinnacle all through June. And there won't be a recession, but there is something else coming at the end of the year that I want people to be aware of. When you get Thanksgiving, Mercury goes retrograde, but that's, it's tough when you're buying holiday presents because people probably won't like what you chose. Better to get gift cards. But you can cash. You can, cash. Right, everybody loves cash. And especially teenagers, it's so hard to buy for them, right? But when you get to the beginning of December, little Mars, who's like Mighty Mouse, I mean, he is, imagine you want to make some soup. You've cut up all the vegetables, you put it in the water and the broth. You want to turn on the heat now. But when Mars goes retrograde, there's no heat, there's no electric, there's no gas, no soup, nothing's happening. How do I know that we feel like we're walking through glue when Mars retrogrades? And he's going to retrograde from December 6th to February 24th. This is a long period. And I think we're going to have supply chain problems or delivery problems.
This is like a perfect day in the life.
We have
Really?
to do our holiday shopping early.
Except there's somebody who joins. That's too many people. But aside from that, do you like, dog?
It could even be strikes. Here's what's going on. When Mars is healthy, it takes him 2 days to go from degree. Okay? At the beginning of December, it's in little Mars.